of San Francisco, a Quinn Martin production. Starring Karl Malden. Also starring Michael Douglas. With guest stars Harold Gould, Michael Lerner, Heidi Vaughn, Robert Gentry. Special guest star Barbara Baxley. Tonight's episode, The Takers.
Inspector, Lieutenant.
Harry, Steve, Mike. Who are they?
Our roommates, Glenda Elliott, Stephanie Brown. Airline hostess and a nurse.
You finished, Harry?
Yeah, preliminary. Just waiting to get them downtown.
Let me see him first, huh?
Sure.
Harry, you got pictures?
Got them all.
Good.
Hey, look like rim-fired 22s.
Right.
Did you, get the gun?
No, I've got a squad outside checking the grounds, the hedges, and the pool.
How many shots?
5 in the walls, 13 in the people.
18?
18 shots.
Yet all of them were fired from about this spot. Now, they ejected all the shells, and that's what makes me think it's an automatic.
A psycho or somebody who didn't know how to handle a gun?
Well, what do you think? 2 guns? Or this guy actually stopped to reload?
A guy, buddy boy? The 22 is purse-sized. All the misses at this range, try a woman.
Well, the motive wasn't robbery, that's for sure. Look at these rocks.
Say, this stuff real?
No, I think it's those new synthetic things. It's getting hard to tell the difference. Anyway, there's still a few $100 here. These would be gone if the killer wanted the money.
Anything on the killer?
No, it was an in and outer.
Out of his mind. Or hers.
Well, who got the most attention?
Stephanie here. 9 to Glenda's 4.
All in the back?
Yeah, except she's got one in her shoulder.
That would be shot number 1.
Well, you figure her as a target?
Could be. What time you give it, Harry?
Oh, this morning, 9:30, 10 o'clock.
Hey, did anybody get a line on this third girl here?
None.
Okay, Harry. Get him downtown. Thanks for waiting.
Okay, Mike.
How'd he get in?
There's no sign of forcible entry. Either they let him in or the killer had a key.
Well, the door was open. What about the window entry?
Well, not much chance. It's too high. There's no gutter out there, no lattice work. Besides, you can see that window from the pool. Anything going on there, somebody would have seen it.
Prints?
Well, we dusted the place, but they're pretty blurred.
Well, who found the bodies?
Well, the manager, Lou Watkins.
Yeah, I found them. Riley told me that they were... Rex Riley is one of the tenants. Co-pilot of the same airline as Stephanie. He was worried about her. Knew she was in there and didn't get any answer when he knocked. So I went up with him and opened the door. You guys know the rest.
Was the door locked?
Yeah. I had to use a master.
Now, you know anybody else who might have a key?
Not that I know.
Hey, what about the two girls?
Both of them knew their way around, that's for sure. And they were lookers. I mean, really beautiful.
Say, how about this one? Did you know her?
Oh, yeah. It's Lynn. Lynn Chase. She roomed with Stephanie for a while. Glenda moved in when Lynn moved out.
Has she been around since?
Not that I know.
What kind of girl was she?
Nice. I liked her. Even her friends were nice, you know. You guys ought to talk to Riley. He know more real good.
Which apartment is he in now?
248.
Stephanie came by the pool. Came in on a night flight, said she was going up to change.
I take it you knew her quite well.
Yes, I knew her.
You said she came by the pool. What time was that?
I don't know, about 9:30 maybe.
And you never left there after that?
No, I never left there after that. I mean, not until I went up after Steph. Ask anybody else out there with me.
You didn't hear anything?
No.
No shots? No screams?
No, we, had the radio up full. Had to keep everything jumping.
So you know who this is?
Sure, that's Lynn Chase. She's a stewardess for the airline we work for. Actually, it was Lynn who introduced me to Stephanie. I dated her a couple of times, and one night I went up to the apartment, and that was the end of me. End of a lot of guys, I'll tell you. Maybe she was rotten to the core. Who cared?
Well, what was rotten about her?
She was a taker. A real taker.
What's a taker?
Oh, you know, somebody who leads you on and tries to get something out of you? Money, a car, anything. That's it. They just take it, and it's goodbye, Charlie.
So what you're saying is that when you went up to her apartment, Stephanie took you from Lynn?
Matter of speaking, yes.
Stephanie take anyone else from Lynn?
Not after that last guy. Not after Phil Hewitt. Lynn was going to marry him. He's a very together guy. Straight, loaded. They even had the date set.
Is that why Lynn moved out?
You better believe it. She went totally flipper when she found out what was going on.
Is Hewitt still around?
No, I haven't seen him for quite some time.
Did Stephanie ever give you a key to her apartment?
Well, if she had, I wouldn't have gone out after Watkins to let me in, would I?
That could depend.
On what?
On whether or not you had already used the key once today.
Lieutenant, anything else I can do to help you?
Yes, there is. One more thing, Mr. Watkins. Do you own a gun?
Yeah, I do. Hey, wait a minute. You don't think I had anything to do with this, do you?
What caliber?
It's just a target model. You know, something I keep around for kicks.
What caliber?
22.
Oh, Conroy. Mr. Watkins here is going to give you a gun for ballistics to check out. Check out the rest of the building for guns. Take it apart.
Excuse me, I don't think I can get by.
Oh, yeah.
How was Santa Barbara?
It's fine. Fine.
I meant the weather.
Smog-free, balmy sky. Nothing ever changes down there, isn't it? It's good climate. Real good.
Well, the radio said that it rained from Big Sur clear down to the Mexican border.
Well, the radio wasn't in Santa Barbara.
Were you?
I called you at 10:30, Edna. Where were you?
Well, was here.
Where are you, Edna?
Oh, the casserole.
10:30. I let it ring 10 times. You didn't answer, Edna.
You probably dialed the wrong number. I was here.
I hung up. I dialed again. I let it ring 10 more times. Edna, where were you?
My hair. I was washing my hair.
Miss Chase, Lynn Chase?
Yes?
Mike Stone, Lieutenant Stone. Is there anywhere we could talk? I'd like to ask you a few questions.
I don't know. I guess the lounge. What about?
Stephanie Brown.
What's she into now?
She's dead.
Dead?
Mm-hmm.
Accident?
I'm afraid not. Let's step into the lounge, please.
Can't believe it. I really can't believe it. I mean, someone who'd do something like that would have to be a psychopath, wouldn't they?
Not necessarily. It could have been a friend.
A friend?
Mm-hmm. It's possible the killer could have had a key, or that he was, or she was let in by Stephanie.
Which means I'm a suspect.
Mm-hmm. How long did you know them?
I'd only met Glenda once or twice. Steph, I'd known about 3 years. We flew together on the New Orleans run and ended up getting an apartment together. I still can't believe it. I mean, I could have been there, too. I only moved out about 6 weeks ago, you know.
Why?
It was a mistake. To move in, I mean. Down deep, I'm a loner, and Steph, her life was one big happy, we never closed fling.
Personality conflict.
No, not really. Just the weird hours we worked. It was impossible. I was dead tired all the time, and, well, I went out, found a nice, quiet apartment, and moved. Wasn't Steph. She was super. A super wonderful person.
Rex Riley mean anything to you?
No, not much. He's one of our co-pilots. I dated him. I think he had a crush on Steph. I don't know.
What about Phil Hewitt?
What does he have to do with it?
Well, his name was brought up. Were you engaged to him?
Not officially. You know how it is these days. Stay with a guy more than a week, you're engaged.
Where is he now?
I don't know. Last I heard, he was in the Caribbean someplace, I think.
Miss Chase, do you own a gun?
A gun? No.
Do you still have that key to the apartment?
As a matter of fact, no. I returned it before I left.
Where were you at 10 o'clock this morning?
Is that when it happened?
Mm-hmm.
I was on duty at 10 this morning. West Central Flight 302. You can check it out.
We will.
Glenda Elliott. Let me put it this way, Mr. Keller. The first thing a girl like that does when she hits the hall is get a roster of the doctors. And she goes down it one by one in alphabetical order. When she comes to the interns, she moves on.
Well, what's wrong with the interns?
They're poor, Mr. Keller. They are the church mice of medicine. Is that what you wanted to know?
Yes, ma'am.
All indications are that the two young women were shot down in cold blood. Informed sources in the police department have stated there seems to be no apparent motive for the crime and no arrests have been made. As for Bay Area weather, rain is expected by Tuesday and should last through the night.
Anything on the news?
Well, it looks like we'll have rain by Tuesday.
That Stanton Street, isn't that in your district?
Yes, it is.
It's where they found the two girls. I heard it on the news. Do you know the building?
It's one of the new ones.
Have you ever been in it?
Well, Edna, I go in every building. The new ones get higher and higher. More and more people. Fewer and fewer sales. Look, sweetheart, I have to go now. I'll see you later.
You're not going out again today.
Yes, there's a client I can see. Make something today. Edna, I hate this job. Lord, how I hate it. You'll never know, dear. You'll never know.
All right, wait a minute. No, that does it. Arthur, please, let's go home. Let's just go back to Indiana.
Edna,
No, please, I mean it. We don't have to stay here. We can start all over again. I could go back to work.
Honey, you've made enough
Oh,
sacrifices.
for heaven's sakes. Nonsense. Since when has working been a sacrifice? Darling, you know, you could get your old job back at the post office. Remember how they all liked you so much, and you liked them, and we had fun. I was the one who wanted to come to California. Well, I was wrong. So, please, Arthur, please, let's go now.
What about the things, our furniture?
The heck with the furniture. We could just send it. You know, if we really wanted to, we could go right now. You know, we could go tonight.
Edna, let me think about it.
No. No.
I'll see you in a little while. I've got to go.
Arthur.
A little later.
Arthur.
Let me think it over, Edna.
No. No.
Yeah, Flight 302. Lynn Chase. Are you sure? Well, what time did that flight leave? Yeah, I see. All right, thanks.
No gun registration for Lynn Chase nationwide.
I could have saved you the trouble. She left the airport at 7:20, that would have placed her somewhere over the Rockies when those shots were fired. And I thought I had the motive.
Phil Hewitt. Now, wait a minute. That's the guy Riley said she was hung up on, right?
Mm-hmm. Read on.
Owner of 8 resort hotels in the Caribbean. Married yesterday in San Juan. So you thought when she read that in the newspaper, she pulled out her .22?
Well, she had to feel that she'd have been there if it hadn't been for Stephanie. Come on. I'll buy you a cup of coffee.
Seagian's checking out the other tenants in the building, see if anything was seen or heard. Nothing yet. 3 guns, none of them .22s. Oh, yeah, Watkins' gun checked out negative.
Well, that only leaves Riley then, huh?
Yeah. And my feeling is Mikey's telling the truth. You know, at least about those girls being takers.
Yeah.
What?
I don't have any change.
Oh, I think I'm just about to be taken.
Oh, come on, come on. Too strong.
Anyway, about those girls, according to the bank, Stephanie ran $22,000 through her account last year. Glenda topped that with 26. And Glenda had 4 moving violations in 3 different cars. A Mercedes, T-Bird, and a Porsche. Registered to 3 different men.
3 for 4, not bad. Did you get the names?
DMV's checking it out right now. Stephanie was 2 for 2. She ran a red light and rolled a boulevard stop. A Ferrari and a Continental. You think one of those guys got tired of being taken?
No, I don't think so. I don't think anybody would spray slugs all over just because they were taken for $100. Or somebody borrowed their car for 3 days without telling them. No, I don't think so. Now, you take the nurse. She was playing the doctors, right?
Right.
Well, they know. They chalk it up to experience.
But what if they didn't?
They wouldn't use a gun. They got pills, needles. Yeah, Stone. Yeah, we'll be right over. Another nurse, another small caliber weapon.
Where?
Apartment on Telegraph Hill. Killer ran, our boys had him cornered in Coit Tower.
How good is he?
Good enough. That's a pea shooter he's got up there. Nothing like a 30-06.
Yeah, unless he gets you between the eyes. Get back in.
Mike.
We want him alive, don't we? Come on. Now listen. Sit as far in the middle as you can. One swing around that statue, and then slam on your brakes when you get to that front door. Right?
Right.
Is that a deal? Let's go. Freeze! Put it down. Get around.
Yes, I know my rights. And no, I don't want any attorney. Okay, so I shot her. What does that have to do with you? She didn't lie to you. She lied to me.
So you killed her.
If I had enough ammo, I would have been up here forever. Forever!
Forever is just about where you're headed for, son.
No way, baby, no way. 2 years in a head farm, eating public chow, and I'm back in circulation. You watch.
What about those 2 girls you shot this morning? How are you going to get out of that?
What?
What? 1410 Stanton Street, a nurse and a roommate.
Shot with a .22 caliber automatic.
Yep. No.
Oh, yes, yes.
10 o'clock this morning. Where were you, huh?
In Sequoia. I went up there with Stella.
Stella Davis, the girl he shot.
You can prove that.
Yeah. Campsite 14.
When did you get back to town?
About 2 hours ago, I swear. I dumped Stella off. She had a shift at the hospital. I said goodbye, and I left. But I forgot my bread. It was in her purse. So I went back and walked in on him.
On who?
I walked in on him, and she was already with an intern. Already. Oh. Yeah, that's right. Tim Duran, 5'9", dark brown hair, 25 years old. Campsite 14. You do? Uh-huh. Okay. And your name is Ranger Kelly? Right, Brad Kelly. All right, sir, you've been a very big help. Thank you. Goodbye. He was there. He even picked up a citation for an illegal campfire. 8:45 this morning. What now?
A woman. There's got to be a woman around somewhere with a .22 automatic in her purse.
You and your women. Stone's office. Norm, how you doing? Wait a second. Alsatian's got something. Yeah, 9:45 this morning, right? Uh-huh. 30s, dishwater, blonde hair. Flat shoes. And a brown print dress.
Brown print dress?
That's right. One of the new tenants saw her? Uh-huh. Nancy Evers.
My first day in this pad, and 2 of my next-door neighbors bite the dust. Terrific, Lou.
Just a couple more minutes, ma'am.
Look, Sergeant, I've told you. You tell them, okay? It was 9:30, 9:45, and this lady was sort of standing outside of that apartment.
All right, Miss
A
Evans. all
very
right.
average-looking lady, 38 maybe, flat shoes. She had on a brown print dress and mousy blonde hair.
Mike?
Yeah?
You remember him?
Yeah, he's the guy that had us blocked this morning.
Did you see the logo on the bag?
No.
Jules by Jacques. Remember the synthetics up in the room? Maybe.
Check him out. Maybe the manager will let you use the phone.
Right.
Well, Norm, what have you got?
What kept you? Lieutenant, this is Nancy Evers. She's the tenant that saw the lady in the brown dress.
How do you do?
I'll be inside.
Thank you for waiting.
Okay, you want to hear about the plain lady standing outside of those kids' apartment, right?
I'd like that, Russ.
Yes, that's right. I think it'd be your Stanton Street district. Would you have a sales record for either a Glenda Elliott or a Stephanie Brown? Yeah, I can wait. Could you close that door, please? Thank you. You know that salesman who was going out as we came in?
Yeah.
How long was he here?
Today?
Yeah.
I don't know. I noticed him when Miss Evers was telling us about that lady she saw.
Yeah. Nothing, huh? All right, may I have the name of the salesman for that district, please? L-A-V-E-R-Y, Lavery. His first name?
Arthur.
May I have his home address, please? Yeah, I can wait. How'd you know that?
Well, how many little guys named Lavery could there be?
Go on.
I didn't even know him. I just remember Stephanie and Glenda laughing at him. How they used to put him on, get him all worked up. Then talking about how they'd sure love to have that jewelry if they could just work it out some way. Must have found a way.
Yeah. Yes. 721 Logan. Thank you very much.
Oh, darling, I'm so glad we're going. I'm so glad. So glad.
Edna, what's done is done. Honey, I don't care. I still love you. Listen, I was at the apartment building today. I know what happened now. I know that you were there. Listen, sweetheart, stay in the house. Don't answer the door no matter what. Don't answer the door. Now, look, take 10 minutes, then get a cab and come to the airport.
Arthur!
Edna, do it! Do it!
So now I think he lives alone.
Or with a lady wearing flat shoes and a brown print dress.
All right.
We're gonna lose him. And if you don't, he'll kill somebody else. 8-1 to headquarters. We're pursuing a blue Ford sedan.
Hang on. Mrs. Lavery?
Yes. Where's Arthur?
He's still in surgery. Thanks, Arthur.
Mrs. Lavery, your husband has internal injuries. His legs are broken. He's fighting for his life.
Where?
No,
Where?
I tell you what.
No. What?
Why don't we have a cup of coffee?
No.
I think it would be better. There's nothing you can do, so let's go in here and have a cup of coffee. Mrs. Lavery. Mrs. Lavery? Someone said they saw you in an apartment building.
Yes. Yes, I know that. That wasn't Arthur's fault. You don't know what it means to be Arthur. You get up early in the morning and lug that big, heavy case and knock on door after door after door. Eat alone some newspaper and try to make some kind of quota. And then coming home exhausted and humiliated. Would you like to live like that?
Can't say I would.
Anyway, it isn't hard to figure out what happened. I mean, what Arthur's reaction would be when he knocked on that door and those two girls answered it. They would have invited him in and even maybe given him a cup of coffee. He would have probably given them every sample he had left in the case.
Had he been there before?
Of course, I'm sure of that. But listen, nothing happened, if that's what you're thinking. Those two girls were probably just, oh, you know, playing with him like, a couple of cats with a mouse.
How did you know he was seeing them?
I noticed that a lot of his good samples were gone, so I asked him about them, and it was the first time in my life I have ever seen Arthur look guilty. I mean, about anything. So he said somebody took them out of his case when he had left it in the car for a few minutes, but of course I knew that wasn't true. And then I found out about the flowers.
Flowers? What flowers?
Arthur really splurged. He bought them flowers. $15 worth. But poor darling, he put them on our charge card, so I found out the address. And then I had the key, so...
You had the key? How did you get it?
Well, I've got the key. Right here. That's it. Yes, I got that out of Arthur's coat pocket. I decided I would just go there. I was going to see to it that they left Arthur alone. For good.
Did you kill them?
No. What? I didn't kill them. They were already dead. The door was ajar, and I just shoved it open, and there they were. It was awful. I had to turn and run.
Do you know what you're saying? You're saying that your husband killed.
No.
It just doesn't make sense. Exhibit A at her own trial, and she hands it right over to us.
With a story that says her husband did it.
That doesn't add up either.
He ran.
I know he ran. Let's just take a good look at the Lavery's, buddy boy. Two little people leading quiet little lives. He spends his days lugging that case around, going door to door, and she spends hers sitting at home waiting for him.
What do they have, right?
Exactly.
Just each other.
Yeah. Why would she want to lay the blame on him?
Maybe she was jealous. Hell hath no fury.
Oh, come on. I didn't see any fury in her eyes. What I saw was love, hurt, and a lot of concern for a little guy fighting for his life. You know what I think?
What?
I think that she's telling us exactly what she thinks happened. Her husband met these two girls. They turned him on. He couldn't handle it, and he took the wrong way out.
You know, that still doesn't square with your woman theory.
Well, it doesn't square with Lavery either. You put him under the glass a minute.
All right. Door to door, like you said, right? He's just trying to make it. He opens one door to some very, very heavy action. Two lovely ladies give him a key which says open day or night.
And if he sees the key is missing, what does he figure?
His wife found it.
And if he found the girls dead?
That she probably killed them. So they both think the other one's guilty and they try to protect each other.
Like you said before. What else do they have?
Right. I don't know, Mike. I don't know. All I know for sure is that Lavery had a key and either one of them could have opened the door.
Same number.
It's the wrong key. Mike. 223.
Yeah, it's there. 223.
Doesn't fit.
Be my guest.
Wait a minute. Wait 1 minute. Maybe it does fit the MO on those two girls. Listen. Riley said they were takers, right? All right, how do you take someone like Arthur Lavery? You put this key in his hand, and you put a hole right through that man's mind.
And they knew it.
Sure they knew it. They created images in his head. They got him going. Then they gave him this.
They knew he'd never use it.
Does it make sense?
Makes a lot of sense. Fits the two girls and it fits the Laverys.
Terrific. Takes us right back to zero.
No. Takes us right back to the one person who had a real motive. Could have had a key to that lock.
Okay, Lynn Chase. Here we are. SFO to Denver, flight 302. Departed 7:20, arrived Denver 9:02, then Denver to Chicago and back. How about that?
Terrific.
Did you say Lynn Chase was on that airplane?
Yeah. Lynn Chase.
ETA,
Estimated time of arrival.
estimated time of arrival, ETA...
2:55.
2:55.
It fits. She could have been back when you saw her.
I know it fits. Anybody can see that it fits. Young man, is it possible... Do the stewardesses sometimes switch, you know? You take my flight, I'll take yours.
That's against the rules.
That's not what he asked.
It happened.
So then this is not absolute proof that one of your crew members is on a given flight at a given time.
No.
Right.
What gets into San Francisco around the same time, around 3 o'clock?
Okay. How about flight 86 returns from San Diego 2:55 via L.A.?
What time did it leave?
11. That's half-day duty, though. Is that going to help you?
It could help. What time did that first flight return from Chicago, Denver to San Francisco?
Chicago to SFO, 3:22. Storm front and headwinds.
3:22?
3:22.
3:20. That's it. She's lying. The flight that she was supposed to arrive on landed 20 minutes after I talked to her. If she wasn't on that flight to Chicago, then she could have been in that apartment at 9:30. Is Lynn Chase on duty now?
Yes, she's on the evening flight to Seattle, departing gate 31.
Get on the PA and stop her.
Would West Central Airways stewardess Lynn Chase report to operations, please? Lynn Chase, report to West Central Airways operations.
Flight 19, now arriving gate 2 from Chicago.
Hi, Paul.
Hi, Lynn. Hey, Lynn! Lynn! Wait a minute, Lynn!
What happened? Stewardess tripped the detector. I don't know what with, but...
Final call for flight 74 for Los Angeles.
Mike, she's down below.
Be careful. Get those people away from there.
Right.
Flight 17 for Kansas City, now loading gate 10.
you have a right to remain silent. You have a...
What's the difference? You have the gun.
Was it really worth it? 18 shots?
I didn't know Glenda was there. She came in, saw me.
After you'd hit Stephanie?
Yes.
Because of Phil Hewitt?
He loved me. It was the beginning of my life. She took him. She didn't want him. She didn't care about him. She took him and my life. So I took hers.
I'm certainly glad the little guy's gonna make it.
Yeah. It's gonna take him a while to pay that company back for those synthetics.
Especially with the salary he's gonna get from the post office, you know? I can understand why he'd want to quit sales, though. Driving all over town, knocking on doors, lousy hours, taking lip from people who don't want to be bothered.
Sounds very familiar.
I thought you'd see it.
Wait a minute. Why don't you drive? We'll break up the monotony.
Good idea.
Of San Francisco, a Quinn Martin production. Starring Karl Malden. Also starring Michael Douglas. With guest stars Barry Sullivan, Jeffrey Jewell, Greg Mullavey, tonight's episode, Deadline.
I thought you were out of town.
I lied.
Why?
The reason's pretty obvious, isn't it, Maggie? Who is he?
You've been drinking.
I had good reason. Who is he?
I was going to tell you about him.
Tell me.
Not when you're like this.
I'm always like this about you. Tell me.
Please, not now.
Now.
Has all the gentle gone? Chris! You set the ground rules, Chris. Remember? No ring, no long runs.
Maggie! Maggie. Baby. Baby. Maggie, I didn't mean to do that, I swear, Maggie. Maggie. Maggie!
Body is that of an adult Caucasian female weighing approximately 120 pounds, measuring 65 1/2 inches. The hair is blonde, the eyes are blue, the ears, nose, and mouth are essentially unremarkable except for a small unrepaired cavity in the left incisor.
Has to be another way for the day to begin.
There's edema of the occipital region and a depressed fracture measuring approximately 5 centimeters at greatest diameter. It is my opinion that the wound of the skull produced such extensive brain damage as to preclude the possibility of the deceased surviving the injury. Time lapse since death, conceding the cooling rate of the body to be approximately 1 degree per hour, and taking into account surrounding temperature and moisture, 12 hours.
She was dead before she hit the water.
But how long in the bay?
Well, the tidal currents flow about 6 hours in one direction and about the same in the opposite direction. Now, what time you say she was found?
Just before 6 this morning.
And right about here.
Yes.
The currents are running seaward then. If the body hadn't been recovered when it was, she'd have gone right through the gate.
Well, if she was dumped from a boat, where would it have been, Captain? Can you make a guess?
Well, I can do better than that. Now, here's a chart prepared by the hydrographic offices of the U.S. government. It graphs the surface conditions of the waters here. Now, found when she was in these latitudes, she had to be drifting seaward on the outgoing tide. Now, the span of time measured by the speed of the water and the wind currents would indicate that she had to be right about there.
That's land.
That's right. Belvedere.
Well, I'll get right on it.
Wild, huh? Isn't it?
It's beautiful.
Yeah. Man, comes night, you know what you can do? You can freak out in the stars. It's really glorious. Not the moon, though. They're polluting the moon, you know?
But yesterday you weren't looking at anything, huh?
No, just leather. I mean, it's my life's work. I neglected I'm a hungry child.
Yeah. You ever seen her?
That's a lot of girl.
Yeah.
No, I never saw her until just this minute. Why, who is she?
Maggie Ames.
Oh. Oh, what is it, a missing person or something?
Dead. She's dead.
Oh. Oh, wow. That's a lost child, you know? Hey, I'm sorry I can't help you out unless you could use some custom-made shoes or something like that. You guys use a lot of shoe leather.
No, I don't think so. Thank you anyway.
It couldn't hurt. I'll do it cheap.
Yeah, maybe another time.
Maggie was an exciting, vibrant girl. Cliché or no, she lit up the place where she was. Maggie did a column for us, Profiles in Depth, on the illustrious, the anonymous.
Well, what was the last thing she wrote?
A piece on ACT, the theater group. She picked her own assignments, did what interested her.
Well, what would interest her about a theater group?
Creativity. Creativity interested her. She spent more time on that column than she had on all the others.
You know why?
No. No, I don't. Maggie placed a high value on her privacy. Not many people dare to intrude upon that.
How did she live, Mr. Martin? I mean, habits, friends, lifestyle. Did she live alone with someone?
Oh, alone, I assume. I never asked her, and we never discussed it. I didn't know her friends. I certainly have no idea why anyone would want to kill her. Tomorrow's news is screaming for attention, Mr. Stone. Today's is a whisper from the dead and the buried.
Mr. Martin, thank you for your time. Well, isn't there somebody there I can talk to about it? I just want to find out when the rehearsal starts. All right, I'll wait. Yeah, I'm still here. Uh-huh. What is it? 4 o'clock. And what's the name again? William Ball. Thank you very much. No. No messages.
Belvedere.
What?
Happened in Belvedere.
How do you come by that?
They found her in the bay, didn't they? She had a beach house over there.
And what else do you know?
Wait a second. You're supposed to be the homicide heavyweight. You give me the facts, remember? I just put them on paper.
How well did you know her, Ace?
She put out a column. I put out a column.
That's all.
Give or take an occasional lunch offer from an old man she was too busy for.
How about this beach house?
No, it's at the foot of the hills, right on the water.
She told you about it?
No, a gal at the office owned it. Rented it to Maggie when she moved to Arizona.
412 Bay Views. Hey, thanks, Ace.
Nothing in life is free, Mike.
Oh, I thought we touched that base before. Remember, no exclusives.
Just a promise?
Yeah.
Get him.
That almost sounds more personal than just a lunch date or two not taken up on.
I take it personally every time a Maggie Ames gets chopped down. Mike, how much good is there left in this world, and how many people are there trying to help what little there is left? You pull Maggie's columns, any one of them. See how she looked at life, at people. Everything she wrote had a smile. Blue skies and whitecaps, summer storms and rainbows, snowflakes and holly. And I had killed her, scrubbed all that. In one stupid, mindless, self-centered moment, he took something rare and left it like that.
Well, it's still just an investigation, Ace. Nothing says murder.
28 years on the desk says murder to me, Mike. And if you can't prove it, I will.
You got something?
Yeah, looks like an errand list or something. Market, laundry, drugstore, gas station.
Sounds pretty flimsy.
What did you come up with?
Look, the next time a Marin County sheriff tells us we won't find anything, I'm going to believe that man. This house has got the worst vibes, you know? So cold. So impersonal.
Maybe she lit it up. Like her editor said, she lit up the room wherever she was. Hello?
What have you got?
Chris?
You got nothing, right?
Your press pass by you insult rights?
It buys more than your badge, it seems.
Like?
Like 2 kids in a skiff yesterday evening off Belvedere.
You telling me somebody saw what happened?
Same as. They saw a speedboat heading into the beach with a boy and a girl. A blonde girl. A few minutes later, they saw the same boat blasting back across the bay without the girl.
Did you get a description of the guy?
My 2 16, 17-year-old red-blooded American boys, they can describe the girl. They can describe the boat. The girl was Maggie. Boat was a 22-foot custom inboard. White with blue lightning bolts down each side of the bow.
Thanks, Ace.
Mike, we get that boat, we get the killer. I'm checking marinas now.
We?
Okay, I'll do it myself. You go back to shaking doorknobs.
Chris! Crazy ink-fingered fireball.
What's happened?
Well, he may have broken the case wide open.
Well, what are we looking for?
Lightning bolts.
Lightning bolts?
Yes, of course, I know it well. Thoroughbred. Privileged to berth her.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. This is the 8th yacht harbor we've been to today.
Who owns her?
Young fellow named Roland Claridge.
You know if he took it out yesterday?
I'm Mr. Knighton, you. Members here use their vessels at their own whim and will.
Well, do you happen to know whether he had the whim yesterday?
No, sir, I do not. That is an intrusion we cannot condone. But this must be the boat you described to me. The only one of its kind on the bay, to my knowledge. Little Thoroughbred.
Well, we may have to keep this Thoroughbred in the barn for a while.
I beg your pardon?
Impound, police impound.
Impound?
Yes, sir.
Well, the other chap never mentioned that.
Other chap?
Yes. Before you, asking the same questions. Newspaper fellow.
Chris Bain.
I was about to tell you his name. Chris Bain. He writes a newspaper column. Deadline.
Deadline. Maybe we're going to have to start reading that column.
Yes, Lieutenant, we've been expecting you. He said that you'd be along shortly.
He? That wouldn't by any chance be a gentleman named Chris Bain?
Scarcely a gentleman. His interrogation of my son was indefensible. I had him shown out.
Score 1 for our side.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing, Mrs. Claridge. I take it then you know why we're here.
Oh, I should have sold that boat years ago. Cost a fortune, and Roland uses it semi-annually. Oh, this is my son, Roland.
Lieutenant Stone.
I'm Inspector Keller. Did you by any chance use the boat yesterday, Mr. Claridge?
No, he was not using his boat yesterday.
Where were you between 4:30 and 5 o'clock?
He was here at home with me.
Can anyone else attest to that, like Roland here, for instance? How about it, Roland?
I was at home yesterday.
Your boat was out?
Yeah, but I wasn't operating it.
Well, do you know who was?
Do I have to answer that?
Certainly not. You don't have to answer anything.
Just that I'd rather not involve anybody else until I understand exactly what this is all about.
Well, I'm sure that Chris Bain must have told you.
He said murder.
Who is this somebody else that you're worried about?
I can't believe he'd do a thing like that.
Well, then he won't be afraid to answer a few questions, will he?
His name is Peter. Peter Anthony.
He was using it yesterday.
All day.
Where can we find him?
I have no idea where he lives.
But, Roland, how do you know anybody like that?
We study together.
You go to school?
My son studies theater at the ACT workshop.
as false as water.
Devil.
She was a liar, gone to burning hell.
Very good, very good. John, allow the tension to build just a little bit longer before you pull the trigger. And we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll start from the top of the scene.
He's really good, your fellow.
You recognized it?
Sure, I liked it. What part does Peter Anthony play?
Cassio.
When does he come on?
I don't rehearse with him again till tomorrow.
Tomorrow? You happen to know where we can find him today?
Afraid not.
Well, what about your office? Would they have his phone number or address?
Well, not for Peter.
Well, why's that?
Well, personal reasons. His parents objected pretty strongly to his becoming an actor. It's a pity, too, because he's very gifted and he could use their support.
Well, what time's the rehearsal tomorrow?
I'm working with Desdemona till 11, and I'll begin with Peter then.
Great. Thank you very much.
Say, there's one more thing, please, Mr. Ball. There's a young woman reporter working on a column about your theater, Maggie Ames.
Oh, I heard about her death. Is that what you're investigating?
Yes. We were wondering if she focused her interviews on anyone in particular.
Well...
Peter Anthony?
Peter? Oh, you're assuming that Peter had anything to do with that young woman's death. That's pretty poor casting. Peter's very sensitive, but he's also very self-controlled. He's well-focused, clear-headed.
I guess you could say the same thing about Othello. Couldn't you, Mr. Ball?
Checking the box score?
Yeah, if Chris knows anything about this Anthony kid, that'll make it a shutout, won't it?
Yeah. Holding fingers through the fuzz zip. It was kind of tough to get a jump on this guy.
Yeah, he always was that way.
Well, how long you really known him?
Oh, we go back a long way. Way back. Yeah, my first day in homicide, my first case. Me and old McIntyre, you remember Matt? No, it was before your time. Well, we got out there like a shot. And there was this reject from a college paper walking all over the clues.
So what did you do?
Same thing I've had to do 100 times since. Tell him to keep out of the way. But no matter where you turn around, why, you'd always trip over him.
One-man traffic jam, huh?
Yeah. He turned out to be a good reporter, though. Many times he'd come up with leads that, well, the whole department couldn't find.
Sounds like he'd be a great cop.
Except for one thing. A small item about drinking on duty.
You have a problem?
No. He just drinks as hard as he works.
Listen, is there anything in this column about the case?
No, he's taken on legalized gambling today.
That's funny.
What?
Well, he's just so involved. You think he'd have something about the case?
Well, he may have written it before. It may be one of a series, and it's got to continue. Come on, let's get back to the office. I want to find out what they know about Peter Anthony.
That you, Dad?
Hey, Greg, how are you, son? How long you been here?
I got here a little while ago. Making coffee. You want some?
I think I could use it. Yeah, coffee. That's a great idea. Fine.
You've been working on that Maggie Ames story.
Yeah. How is your work going?
Nothing's changed. I don't think it's about to either, Dad.
Yeah, you hang in there, Greg. Aerospace is important. Laces, galaxies, black holes. We've talked about all that before, haven't we?
Yeah. We've been through it.
Hey, man, that coffee smells good. Thank you, Greg. You know, I haven't seen you for days, and I treat you like wallpaper. How are you? Have you been? What have you been doing with yourself? You need a buck? You need some fatherly advice from an absentee father?
Something like that. I tried to see you at the paper, but you'd gone.
Okay, Greg, shoot. What's on your mind?
It's all right. You look beat. We'll make it some other time.
Now, Greg, Greg, don't go.
You gotta get some sleep, Dad.
I need...
What, Dad?
What we all need, I guess, Greg. Someone you can cut your heart open to, our tired old hearts.
Oh, come on. You got the heart of a lion.
Yeah, that's me. Old lion-hearted king of the jungle. King of the jungle with a pride of lionesses too. No, not a pride, just one. Sleek, lithe, young, with a glow about her that set men's hearts aglow.
I don't follow you, Dad. Are you seeing somebody special now?
No. Not anymore. Not ever again.
Why not?
She's dead.
Dead?
Killed.
Who was she, Dad?
That girl you asked about a few minutes ago, Maggie Ames.
I didn't know.
Greg, not too many people did. I made her keep it that way. I didn't want her to be laughed at. I didn't want people saying what they could if they knew she was seeing a man old enough to be a father. Didn't matter how many times she told me. The only thing that mattered was my love. I pretended to believe her, but I knew better. I knew the day would come when she'd be able to see what anyone could see. That day finally came.
She was killed.
Yeah, she was killed. And I'm gonna find the man who took her away from me, the man who made love to her, the man who made her die. I'm gonna find him.
I see, right. So that if he actually hadn't been paid for performance, you wouldn't have to join your guild, is that right? Right. Okay, well, thank you very much. Have a good evening. Right.
What does he get from the Actors Guild?
Nothing, just that he's a student, doesn't have to join the guild unless he gets paid. And I can't find anything like a diary or daily calendar.
Same in her bedroom. Well, maybe she left her life at the office.
If she had one. Judging by this, I don't know. Want to pack it in?
Yeah. And you can read this on your own time.
Beautiful handwriting. Good looks. Good taste. I don't know.
And everything she wrote had a smile.
Identity. Revelation, P.A. Day with P.A. Day. P.A. Peter Anthony.
Telegraph. Yeah, sure, Mr. Bain. I'll get it right away. Hold on. I've got it right here in front of me, Mr. Bain. Maggie Ames' last column, ACT.
Read what it says about Peter Anthony.
Among the supporting cast were Peter Anthony and Marilyn Lee, both promising newcomers. Then there's some other names.
Now, that's it? That's all it says about Peter Anthony?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure? You sure you haven't skipped something?
No, sir. Among the supporting cast were Peter Anthony and Marilyn Lee, both promising newcomers.
See the picture? The face? I finally put it all together, Mr. Bain. And it's spelled, deadline.
Who are you?
Me? Oh, I'm just a dude with a telescope. On a dock. By the beach. In Belvedere.
You talk to the police?
Me? No. I just wanted to wait and rap with you, Mr. Bain, that's all.
Your lead.
Yeah, you're right, Mr. Bain? Who was it wrote, silence is golden? Huh? Anyhow, that's not what I'm selling. I'll tell you what I am selling. I'm selling a very special, unique, heavy brand of silence. And this brand of silence just happens to come, as you might have guessed, in, golden.
Still your lead.
Right. How much golden? Let's see, say 5 long ones a week. How's that?
No.
Hey, man, come on, hold on, man. All I have to do is pick up...
300.
Yeah?
Can only give you 2 right now. You'll have the other 100 by noon tomorrow. Payment date hereafter will be on Saturday.
Saturday's great. That's great.
And no meetings. Money will be deposited in the post office box. 10s, 20s, okay?
Okay, sure. That's great.
All right. Let's get on with it. Let's get it over with. You know, I got a boy just about your age. Fine boy. He's bright. He listens, he reads, he thinks. But he has to break his behind to make it. Not at all like you, Roger. Not poised, not cool. You've got it all together.
Right.
At such an early age. Well, here we are.
Okay, let's get it. Come on.
Roger!
What? Hey, man, what is it with this thing? What is this, huh? Hey, what?
What's this, Maggie Ames's print were on Claridge's boat?
Yeah, and somebody else's.
Who, Anthony?
If that's his name.
Wait a minute, what do you mean?
There's no record of a Peter Anthony working anywhere in this city. No criminal record, no school record, no nothing.
You did your homework last night, didn't you? An alias, huh?
What else? A guy studying to be an actor? Stage name, right?
Better check the theater again.
I did. He joined the group as Peter Anthony, period.
That's right. Bosley was having trouble with his parents about being an actor.
And now he's in bigger trouble.
Mike! I found him. I told you to read Maggie's columns. His name's Peter Anthony. It was written all over them.
Hold it. Take it easy. What are you talking about?
The killer. His name is Peter Anthony. Here's a work draft of the last column she wrote. Read the part I have underlined.
I haven't got my glasses. Read.
It's, among them, Peter Anthony, a very talented, very sensitive, very attractive young man. There's a gentleness in him and the strong undercurrents of virility, a rare combination. It's quite a review.
Now, here's the column that was actually printed. Come on, read it.
Among the supporting cast were Peter Anthony and Marilyn Lee, both promising newcomers. Period.
That's all?
Yeah.
That's all. A passing reference to a guy she couldn't say enough about in the original work draft. Doesn't that ice it for you?
Ace, how many times have you told me that newspapers have editors who cut your heart out?
Nobody touched Maggie's column but her. It was written in a contract. This figure's only one way. She was in love with this fella, Peter Anthony. She was trying to hide it.
Wait a minute. How do you get from a review to love?
A calendar. You saw it, didn't you?
No. How did you?
I went to her apartment.
How'd you get in?
The manager. Turns out he was a fan. He reads my column before he reads the funnies every morning. Why, I thought you would have seen the entries in the calendar. Dinner with Peter Anthony, supper, breakfast, and the last item, March 8th, a day with P.A. March 8th, that was the day she was murdered. Told you I'd find him for you, Mike. Now you bring him in.
We've been looking for him, Ace.
You knew?
Uh-huh. Just a suspect. Got his name from the guy who owned the boat.
A suspect? If you can't make this stick, you're in the wrong line of work, both of you.
Oh, come on, Ace. We'll move in on him.
Mike, thought you ought to know. Radio unit just called in. They found a man in an alley, dead of a bullet wound.
Give it to Hasidian, will you?
I think you want this one, Mike. They said he had a medallion in his hand, had a name engraved on the back. Peter Anthony.
St. Genesius, actor's patron saint. Must have been torn off the assailant. How long has he been dead? 6 or 7 hours.
I know him, Mike. He's the guy in Belvedere with the telescope. And Act 4 is a coffee house. Hangout for actors. ACT is a block away.
Hey, Peter. A couple of dudes out here to see you, with badges.
They ask for me?
If you've got a stash, man, you better flush it.
Let's go.
For what?
Suspicion of murder.
No, I didn't kill her.
We're talking about a man shot to death in an alley. He had a medal in his hand. It was yours. Then there was the boat you used the same day Maggie Ames was killed. We'll talk about that, too. Downtown. Come on.
Hey, look. You don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do it. I didn't kill anyone.
Why did you run then, huh?
I don't have to say anything.
tell you anything. Do I, Dad?
Pretty heavy. Break your back to convict someone, turns out to be your own son.
So that's the way you met. That's where you
That's
two...
where we met. Period. She watched the rehearsal. Then she came back.
I don't want to hear any more of it.
You're going to hear. You're going to hear the way it was, not the way you think it was. I didn't know, Dad. I didn't know until you told me. And it tore me up.
She knew, didn't she?
Not at first.
When she found out, did she tell you? Did she tell you?
Was she the kind of person to hurt anyone that way?
You were living a lie, a rotten, stinking...
She lived in hell. A hell like neither one of us knew because she wouldn't let us know. She tried to spare us that. Listen to me. What happened with us just happened. There didn't seem to be any way either one of us could control it. But then she told me it had to stop. That there was another man. Someone she loved very deeply. In a different way. Someone she didn't want to hurt.
You think that's what I want to hear from you? You think that's going to make me forgive either one of you?
I don't know about forgiving, but you taught me about truth. You've dedicated your whole life to it, haven't you? You can face it now. The truth is, she didn't know who I was until I told her. Until I bragged about my father being pretty big in her field himself. Told her he was Chris Bain. And that's when she got the place on the beach. So she could be alone to think. Do you realize what she had to be thinking, Dad? That had to be like broken glass inside her. There's another truth, Dad. I took Maggie to the island that day on the boat. But I didn't kill her.
I know that, Greg. Mike.
Yeah.
Mike, Mike, I've got news for you. There's no way you can hold that boy.
You heard the evidence, Ace.
What evidence? Circumstantial, fragmentary.
That's not what you were saying a little while ago.
You ever made a mistake, Mike?
Yeah, sure, a lot of them. And for what it's worth, I hope we've all made one about Greg. But it doesn't look that way right now.
It will when I finish. I don't care how many lawyers I have to hire, how many IOUs I have to call in, how many doors I have to knock down to collect. I put them in here, I'll get them out.
You gonna book him now?
Why?
Just thinking. Booking slips like a tattoo. Stays with you no matter how things turn out.
You think things are going to turn out different, too?
Well, according to Chris Bain, they are. And up until now, he's been a regular walking oracle, hasn't he?
You don't make that sound like a compliment, buddy boy.
I don't know, Mike. I don't know. All right. Turns us on to the beach house, right?
Right.
And the boat. And Maggie Ames's column. And her calendar.
So?
Well, I don't know. It was you that was telling me those things. Maybe I believe they were facts. But him, Chris Bain, I don't know,
Now,
Mike.
wait a minute,
I don't
buddy
know.
boy. Do you know what you're saying?
All I'm saying is we never found the two kids he says saw the boat, and I looked all over that area.
Well, it's not the first time he's had a head start on this department.
Mike, it's like you said, this is not his beat. And he's not doing it for his paper, and you can't tell me you buy his story about a couple of lunches Maggie Ames turned down without pursuing it further.
Unless he was a good friend. Mike, tell me I'm wrong, I'll shut up.
Now, you listen to me. If you ever back off because of something personal, I'll stuff your head in your pocket. No, things have been bothering me, too.
The guy in the alley?
Mm-hmm. He tells you he never met Maggie Ames, and yet he ends up stiff with a medal that she bought for the kid.
Well, I figure what he didn't tell me, he told somebody else.
Blackmail?
Yeah.
But who is that somebody else? It isn't the kid who carries a spear in Othello. What could he cough up?
Unless...
You're right. Unless that somebody else he met, that somebody else that he saw through a telescope, was Chris.
Yeah.
Well, that's one lousy thing to say about a guy that you've known for half your life.
Michael, you're just reading the cards the way they fall, that's all.
You're right. All right. Let's check 2 more cards, shall we?
When Chris Bain called us in Belvedere.
I guess we better find out how he got that number. See if it's listed.
It's not.
You check that out, too.
Private line installed to Maggie Ames 10 days ago. I don't see how he could have gotten it.
No, sir, I didn't let Mr. Bain into this apartment. I mean, why would I? He has his own key.
I know.
It's right this way, sir. Did I do something wrong?
No.
I mean, nobody told me what to do about anybody.
I know. Just let us in, please.
You got it made, old pro?
Everything but the why.
I haven't got that myself. I can tell you I loved her. I can tell you I found out she was seeing somebody else. I can tell you I was half out of my head. Drank too many martinis, and when I saw her step off that boat, But all that doesn't make motive, does it, Mike? Not to a man who considers himself rational. I didn't know it was Greg, and she didn't know it was my son. It was all a terrible...
Let's go downtown, Ace.
You got enough to let the boy go? I suppose, Mike, you know, I also killed that little hustler with his gun.
What are you going to buy with that?
Time. My son goes free. I buy enough time to get lost.
There's only one way you can do it. Squeeze the trigger.
Twice.
Just a few hours, Mike.
Sorry, Ace. Like I've always told you. No exclusives. Greg was good, huh?
He was great, really great. Play really works too, doesn't it?
I guess.
You guess? What do you mean you guess? 16th century play that comes to life like that with such contemporary values? A theme that still holds up?
Holds up? I'll tell you what holds up. A.B.'s Irish Rose. Now
A.B.'s Irish Rose? How
That's
can you even compare those two plays?
Well, they're both plays, aren't they?
Yeah.
They both have actors, don't they?
You're putting me on.
No, I'm
you
not.
are putting me on.
Whisper of the dead and buried.
What?
Oh, nothing, nothing. Come on, I'll buy you a chili dog, huh?
A chili dog?
That's right, a chili dog. Everybody goes for a snack after the theater. Tradition.
San Francisco, a Quinn Martin production, starring Karl Malden, also starring Michael Douglas. With guest stars Steve Forrest, Michael Strong, Richard Anderson, special guest star Shirley Knight Hopkins. Tonight's episode, A Room with a View.
Hiya, Marty, sweetheart. Let's have today's sheet, huh? Thanks, pal. Say, Marty. Hey, tomorrow, same time, same station, okay, pal? Oh, hey, look at that. I'm a slob, Marty. Look at this here.
I'll get that.
stuff, my
I'm
prize.
sorry.
Yeah, I
I'm
am
awfully
too.
sorry.
You all right?
Yes.
Good. Nobody got hurt, no harm done, no foul balls. Everybody's all right. Could you do me a little favor? I get this change here. I could use the change. I gotta make a phone call later. I'll give you $1.
Well,
You give me the change, all right? Here, count it.
It's only about 80 cents.
82. Good deal. Thanks a lot, right?
You're welcome.
Those bookies. The only time they look at their watch is post time.
Think he's really going to show up?
Oh, yeah. Put yourself in his shoes. You're a two-bit bookmaker just beginning to make it, and suddenly a big-wheel syndicate boss like Hoyt Llewellyn begins to move in. Nothing for you to do but pack up and run or yell your head off. Chafee is a yeller. Say, wait a minute. Did I show you this new snapshot?
Yeah, it's a great shot.
Yeah. She looks happy, doesn't she?
She does, and pretty. Jeannie's blossomed into such a lovely lady.
Yeah, she has. What time we got now?
1:30. Want to hang in a little longer?
Buddy boy, anybody who's going to give us Llewellyn and his whole gambling operation, we wait for. You know, Jean is with Brad's folks. You know that, don't you? Brad's the guy she's going with.
Yeah.
His folks have a place up in the mountains. Snow, skiing, all that stuff.
Christmassy.
Hey, Dispatch has been trying to raise you.
Healy, I told the fellas at Dispatch where we'd be.
Roy Chafee's brother just got killed.
Frankie got killed?
I guess they heard Roy was going to talk.
When?
About 45 minutes ago, over on 24th Street, right near Castro.
How?
Gizmo with a shotgun shell. Wired into the ignition. Pow.
Professional.
Llewellyn. He knew Roy was coming to us.
So why didn't he hit Roy?
He couldn't find him. Roy's been hiding underground.
That's where he'll probably stay, underground.
Then I figured on some downtime, Mr. Llewellyn. Clean hit and all, but the cops have got to put something together. They've got to figure that Hoyt Llewellyn contracted to hit. If they get your name.
Artie, how would you like Buenos Aires?
I'd like it fine.
And that's where it'll be. After you handle this Roy Chafee business.
This address is his hideout. If it's fresh.
10 minutes old. If he isn't there, he isn't anywhere.
You know, this is within 3 blocks of the hit. How's Abbey Grove going to take this? He used to be very close with the Chafee brothers.
Exactly right. Used to be. He's in my pocket now. Anyway, you don't have to handle him. I do. You handle that.
Got it.
Taped to the underside of the steering column. Shotgun shell.
Yeah, wired into the ignition. I've seen it before. Now, what we've got to know is, what have you got on Llewellyn?
Nothing. Zip. I might get lucky and lift the print of the metal part of the casing, but the pipe's been wiped. The wire is ordinary. Whoever rigged this must have worn gloves. They work fast and clean. You think Llewellyn has anything to do with it?
Jim, anybody see the guy who wired this?
Nobody remembers him, Steve. No description, but we're still checking.
Well, what about Frankie? Didn't anybody see him on the street? Somebody following him? Anything?
Yes, sir, there was a lady. She talked with him just before. My partner's trying to find her name.
You stay with it.
Yes, sir.
Mike, that surveillance request you put out on Art Stiles. I spotted his car, 900 block Church Street. You want an inspector team on him?
No. Steve, you tag him, okay?
Right.
Now, don't move in without me. We got nothing to bust him on.
Unless he goes after Roy.
Yeah, unless. I'm going to have a talk with Llewellyn.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Here, Mike.
Thanks.
Lieutenant, I don't understand why you're so concerned. So concerned about me. I've been right here in this boat all day. Ask Abby.
And what about that gunsel of yours? What about Art Stiles?
Right here with me. And if you're considering rousting him like you are me, let me remind you that I have an attorney that's very, very sensitive. Very sensitive about harassment. Now, if you want to talk, be prepared to make an arrest and make it stick. Otherwise...
Sure, I met your lawyer. You were here too, huh? The three of you. See no evil, hear no evil, and speak no evil. Grote, why did you stand by and let him scratch Frankie?
I'm out of it, Lieutenant. I hardly knew Frankie. Like Llewellyn says, nobody here knows from the Chaffees.
Roy Chaffee started you. He picked you up when you were hustling punch boards at a bucket throw and made you a bookie runner just like Frankie. Frankie stayed a runner, but not you. You moved up. You built your own organization.
Rumor. I got no organization.
Don't give me that rumor bit. I got your biography on booking slips. Now, you owe the Chaffees.
A sower of discontent, Abby. He's a sower of discontent.
Llewellyn here, he muscled in on Chaffees. He wants to take over all the gambling in the city. Didn't you know that? What's to stop him from cutting you out next?
Do I look worried?
Lieutenant, are you finished? Are you through playing taps for Frankie? And if you are, maybe you can find your way off this boat back to your car.
No. I've got a couple of minutes left on the meter. And I want you to understand that if you lay a hand on Roy Chaffee, I'm going to have your arm up to the elbow. So you just stay away from him. And keep your friend Stiles away from him, too. As for you, anybody that has you as a friend doesn't need an enemy.
He's on a fishing expedition. Abby, I'm sorry I didn't have time to tell you about this Frankie thing. It was one of those last-minute things. There was no other way. Roy was going to the police.
How'd you find out, Hoyt? How could you be sure?
Oh, I was sure. I had his phone tapped for over a year.
How about mine, Hoyt? You tapped my phone?
I didn't hear that. Now, tell me about Mason. We all set for tonight?
Sure. Shipyard, 10 o'clock. We'll take my car.
Oh, no. Not your car, Abby. My car.
Your car.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Art Stiles. I'm really sorry about being this late.
Oh, I think you must have the wrong apartment, Mr. Stiles.
No, I don't think so. You married Grace, right?
Mary Ray. Dortmunder.
Dortmunder? Oh, boy. I really blew it. Take a look at that.
Mary Grace, Littlefield. Oh, you're just one block off. This address is just down the street. We're close. Wrong girl, I'm afraid.
Wrong name. Right girl. Could I use your phone? And your phone book. I don't have the right number. Thanks, Mary Ray. It's nice. Very nice view.
Yes. I've been living here for 6 years. It's a lovely view. Can you find your number?
Yeah. Listen, is it okay if I say something? I mean, I usually say what I think straight out. Some people get, you know. What I'd really like to say is that I'd just as soon not make that phone call.
Well...
What I'd like to do is just sit here and talk. Whatever.
Oh, I don't think you'd find that very interesting, Mr. Stiles. I'm a teacher. I was just correcting papers.
Well, what could it hurt? You know, I haven't been to school since I was 12. It could only help, Mary Ray.
Well, would you like some coffee?
Sure, it sounds good. Mary Ray, I like it here.
Hi. Okay, my friend. 3rd floor on the front. Doing what? He's with a girl. Mary Ray Dortmunder.
Mary Ray Dortmunder? That's a crummy name for a go-go dancer.
She's a teacher. School teacher.
Well, that's better. Mary Ray Dortmunder. Now, that's a good name for a school teacher. But tell me, what is Stiles doing with a school teacher?
He's learning. Lessing ran her name for us, no record. Teaches at Everett Junior High, 31. No connection with Llewellyn or Chafee's as far as we know. This is the worst looking BLT I've ever seen.
Well, it's the best I could do.
Well, what else did you do?
Got nowhere. If Chafee is hiding out in San Francisco, he's dug himself a deep hole. Healy and Saletti are staked out at his house. And as far as we know, he hasn't been around for over a week.
You know, I was thinking, his wife's about to have a baby, right?
Yeah, so?
Well, doesn't it make sense that He'd want to see her? You know, see she's all right?
Possible. But if he does, Healy nails him. Say, how about Stiles? Does it look as though he's gonna hang around for a while?
Looks that way, yeah.
Good. What do you say we don't eat in the car for a change? Let's go somewhere where they've got a nice white tablecloth.
I'm with you. That sounds terrific.
You like that, eh? Yeah. I'll call in for relief. 8-1 to stake out.
You're right. Of course, in a way. It is for children, but it has something to say to everybody. Sansbury wasn't only a children's writer. He was a pilot and an adventurer and a romantic. The Little Prince is about humanity and love.
Mary Ray, where do you live, anyway?
I'm not sure I follow.
I mean, you're talking about Byron, Lord Byron, and those sisters.
The Brontes.
All that fairyland thing. I mean, you live out here somewhere where the wallpaper never warps, the toilets don't back up.
Well, I just talk about what I believe, I guess.
You really know any people like you talk about? I mean, here, now, on this planet, in this city.
There are people who think the way I do.
Who? Teachers? Have you got a guy, Mary Ray?
I've sort of.
Well, now, you either got a guy or you don't.
I guess it is that simple after all. No, I don't. I better clear the dishes.
Sure. Guess who's staying? I'm not going back to my place, Mary Ray. I like it here. But I have to make a call first. Hand me the telephone, would you? Thank you, Mary Ray.
Well?
How are you? How goes it?
You tell me, Artie.
Everything's fine. It's right on. I'm looking right down the barrel at Chafee's place this minute. If he's in there and he moves, he's dead.
Where are you calling from?
A chick's place. Looks right over Chafee's.
And, how are you going to handle that, Artie?
The chick? There's no problem.
If you score on Roy, you can't leave her, you know.
No, I know. I'll handle it.
Artie, maybe you better handle it now. Before.
I haven't let you down yet, have I, Mr. Llewellyn? You're seeing Mason tonight. Is he coming in with us?
Yeah, it's all set. I just got the final figures on the operation. The handle on the football and basketball pools alone come to nearly, get this, $1,000,006. Abby just walked in. We're leaving now.
I ought to be with you, Mr. Llewellyn. Abby Grote's a bag of snakes, and you know that.
Yeah, I know. But as long as you can keep the snakes in the bag, huh? Artie, you call me when everything's handled, huh?
Okay.
Everything, Artie.
Artie Stiles?
That's right, Abby.
You got him on Roy?
Roy? Roy Chafee?
Oh.
You know, Artie. He's with some girl. 10 o'clock, right?
Sure.
like my driving.
You drive too fast, Hoyt. Oh, here's Mason.
Good.
Coming, Hoyt?
Just a minute, I can't get this seatbelt off.
Forget it, Hoyt. It isn't gonna release. Boys jimmied it.
Happy.
Stone was right. You can't dump everybody, Hoyt. That's for Frankie.
Hey! Tommy, wait a minute!
Let's go.
He can't come out. Roy was going to go to you people. He would have told you about Mr. Llewellyn. And we knew it would have meant a jail sentence for Roy. But Roy's not a big criminal like Llewellyn. He takes bets on horses and ball games. We make a living. But we don't kill. They kill. Frankie was a nice little guy. Why did they have to murder him like that?
Because they know how Roy thinks. The murder was to show him what would happen if he came to us, and Llewellyn was hoping he'd do exactly what he did.
He wanted him to hide.
Until they could find him, yes. When's your baby due?
Now. Today, tomorrow. If I told you where Roy is, and he told you what you want to know.
Then we could protect him. The other way, he's a walking target. This way, he has a chance. He can see his baby.
Yes? Who? Just a minute. Sergeant Hasigian.
Yeah, Norm. You're kidding. What pier? All right. No, I got nothing. Right. Divers found Llewellyn's body in the bay. He's dead. Want to call your husband and tell him?
Was Art Stiles with him? Then Roy stays right where he is. You come back, talk to me again when Stiles is dead, too.
Mrs. Chafee.
When everybody who can hurt Roy is in prison or dead, then come back.
We got nothing to nail him on, and she wants him in prison or dead.
That's what the lady said. Anyway, I put 2 men outside.
Good. I wonder how Stiles will take this.
If Stiles wants to make a move, he'll flag us.
Yeah, that's him. That's Llewellyn. Looks like Grote used his golden rule before he could.
Which one's that?
Do unto others before they do unto you. Miss Dortmunder?
Yes?
Lieutenant Stone. Inspector Keller, homicide.
Oh, is it about Mr. Chafee?
Yes, it is.
I told one of your men. We collided on the sidewalk. He asked me if I had change for $1, and then he went to his car. The only time I ever saw the man.
You're a friend of Art Stiles. Did this friendship with him have anything to do with you being on 24th Street at that particular time?
No, of course not. What does Art Stiles have to do with that murder?
Well, we're not really sure, but we thought you might be able to help us.
Well, I can't believe that it isn't possible. He isn't like that.
Well, how well do you really know Arthur Stiles?
I know him.
Do you know how he makes his living?
I'm afraid there must be some mistake. The Arthur Stiles that I know...
Well, this is the Arthur Stiles that we're talking about.
I don't know anything about that murder. I don't think I want to talk about this anymore. If you'll excuse me, I have a faculty meeting. Excuse me.
You know, I don't really think she knew about this man.
She does now.
Who is it? Over there, behind those windows. Who is it?
What's the difference? There's nobody you know.
Touch that doorknob, Mary Ray, and I'll kill you where you stand. Lock it. Bring me the key.
That's why you're here. That's all you wanted. A room with a view.
Unit 4 is checked in and reports no movement by subjects. Inspectors 3-4 will assume surveillance. Will Inspectors 8-1 maintain position?
8-1 will maintain stakeout. You know, your hunch better be on the money.
Has to be first child.
Oh, you know all about that, huh?
No. Now, I just figure that a bookie's wife with this much heat on wouldn't use her phone. She'd figure either Llewellyn's guy's got it tapped or we do. This way, when she's ready to have the baby, she'll get in touch with him or she'll phone him somewhere.
Just a hunch, huh?
Yeah.
Not a bad one, buddy boy.
Well, thank you.
No, I don't know Roy Chafee, and no, he never did anything to me. It's just business.
Do you like it? This business?
I don't like it, and I don't hate it. I'm just in it.
I just wondered what makes a man want to murder two people he hardly knows. Money? Is that...
You stay out of my head. You just sit there. Keep out of my way, and don't push. Hello. This is the answer service, right? Well, this is Art Stiles. No, you've already got me down for a call back, but why isn't Mr. Llewellyn picking up? Well, when did he pick up his calls last? All right. When he calls, have him call me, huh?
There's a story by Ernest Hemingway.
Stories? What's this with stories? There's nothing real ever happened to you.
It's called The Killers. It's about a man named Swede. He's being chased by killers. He's running. The way you're running from the police.
8-1 to headquarters.
And Swede, he took jobs he hated in towns he didn't like. And the killers were always after him, chasing him.
Nobody's chasing me.
They're sure you killed Frank Chafee. Lieutenant Stone, Inspector Keller, they said so. They showed me your picture.
It was a clean hit. Nobody can put me with it.
They knew you were here. They'll know if you kill that man. If you kill me.
Who said I'd kill you?
Common sense says.
Look, Mary Ray, I didn't come up here to get it. Hello. This is Art Stiles again. Didn't Mr. Llewellyn check in yet? No, I haven't been listening to the radio for a while. When?
He finally gave up. Swede, he finally knew he couldn't run anymore. He just sat in his room and waited.
Shut up, Mary Ray. They hit the man I work for.
Well, then, doesn't that mean it stops? Art? Or do they have to kill you now? Or do you still have to kill that man across the street? Explain it to me. I don't understand.
I don't expect you to understand. It doesn't come in a book.
Well, tell me then. Doesn't it just go on until you're dead? And they're dead? And the men, your people, and their people higher are dead? Where does it stop?
It stops when everybody quits.
Then quit. Please.
I can't, Mary Ray. That man could have fingered my boss, put him away for life. He could do the same to me.
It's Angela. Are you all right?
Angela, where are you?
A phone booth on Sanchez. It's time, Roy. I have to go to the hospital. Llewellyn's dead, Roy.
Are you sure? You didn't hear that from Abby Grote, did you?
The police, Inspector Keller. He got the call right at the house. Abby must have done it, Roy. Why didn't you call him? See where you stand.
What about Art Stiles?
I don't know. Can you come with me, Roy?
Okay, I guess. Yeah.
I'll be right there. Please call Abby. You got to know.
All right.
Did she put one coin in that box?
I think it was one, yeah.
Local call. Figures. He's right smack in the middle of 500,000 people. Did you say she knew all about Llewellyn?
She was right there when I got the word.
Great. This could break it wide open. Stay on that cab's bumper.
Art. Please. Please quit. Let it stop right here. I have a car. It's parked near the apartment. Take it.
Get on the phone. Find out when's the next flight out of here to L.A.
They leave every hour on the half hour.
Check it.
Wouldn't you know? A fire.
Mike, we're gonna lose him.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is Sanchez. Move right on the next one. Do you know that we're within 5 blocks of that place we're staking out?
That's why Style was hanging into the teachers.
You bet your sweet badge it is. He's sitting on Roy Chafee. Teacher. Art Styles and a teacher.
Jimmy, hold it.
He split. He didn't get far.
Mike, he's got the girl.
Take the back stairs.
Right.
Art Styles.
Say, get him to the hospital and stay with him. You'd better take her, too.
The Blue Maverick, PCE 616.
One to headquarters. pursuit of a blue Maverick. California license number
PCE 616.
PCE 616. Suspect, Art Stiles. Armed, dangerous. Has hostage. Probable destination, San Francisco International.
The airport?
That's what the telephone book said.
What?
Come on, just move it. I'll tell you later.
There he is, still behind us. Abbey Groves.
What does that mean? What do we do?
We. There's no we.
I thought you needed me as a hostage.
You think your being in the way would stop the guys in that car?
We'll be lucky to get Stiles before he gets to the terminal.
Come inside, Mary Ray.
See if she knows where he's headed.
Said he was going to Los Angeles.
Drop it. Get over here. Turn around. Here, cuff this one. Take him to the hospital.
Flight 19, Flight 19, now arriving gate 2 from Chicago. Flight 19, Flight
Get this thing stopped.
now arriving gate 2 from Chicago.
Dick Paget, Transport Airlines,
Yeah, ever since she's been away to school and came home for Christmas holidays, why, we'd go somewhere where it was fancy. Top of the Mart, Ernie's, L'Etoile, just to kind of celebrate, you know.
It's very nice. I think you said her name was Jean.
I did, yes, Jean.
Well, anyway, she met a med student this year, and they decided to spend the holidays with his folks.
She's very beautiful, Lieutenant.
Yeah. Tell me she takes after her mother.
Yeah. You know, I made a reservation about a month ago thinking that she and Brad would be home for the holidays. It would be crazy not to use it. The Island House, you know where it is? Have you ever been there?
No, I've never been there, Lieutenant.
Mike.
It's in Sausalito. It's got a beautiful view of the bay, sort of like a fairyland.
I guess I'd feel right at home then. You know what they say about teachers of literature.
Romantics, right? Well, what do you say to the three of us? I'll pick you up at 7:30.
That would be lovely. Thank you.
showed you the picture, didn't I?
No, I've never seen that picture.
Oh, well, take a look.
I'm kidding you. I've seen it before. It's lovely. It's terrific.
Yeah, terrific. Terrific, yeah.
Of San Francisco, a Quinn Martin production. Starring Karl Malden. Also starring Michael Douglas. With guest stars William Wyndham, Jacqueline Scott, Joanne Harris, Stephen Oliver. Tonight's episode, 45 minutes from home.
Yes.
Good. It's green. Turn right. First time?
What?
Cross the bridge.
Yes.
Welcome to the Golden Gate. Total length 1 7/10 miles. Height of the tower 846 feet.
Oh.
With a vehicular capacity of 283,000 per 24-hour day.
Oh.
Total cost $35 million.
How do you know all that?
I used to work a bus. UPAC. Unified what? Postman?
No, pharmaceuticals. The AC stands for,
Annual convention.
It shows, huh?
Pharmaceutics, what's that? Drugs and stuff like that?
Yes.
And you're a salesman?
20 years with the same firm.
20 years? You've been doing that all my life? What a drag. Mine? LA.
Yes. How did you...
And I'll bet you've been married to the same woman all your life.
That's right. 22 years.
2 kids, a boy and a girl.
No, just one, a girl. She's a lot like you, actually. Karen.
You look austere. The architect and chief engineer was Joseph P. Stroud, a specialist in long-span bridges and a poet.
funky about a houseboat. Don't you think?
Funky?
You know, real. Coming? Here. Well?
I don't think I'd better. I do have a noon meeting that I should...
No, it's up to you.
Tell me, what sort of knitting you call this?
Macrame. I do it.
And the pottery?
A friend. Oh, I'm Lita. And you?
Garver. Tom Garver.
Mr. Tom Garver. Do you, smoke grass? Oh, I guess not. Well, there's a first time for everything, isn't there? Match?
Hmm.
We're tripping anyway, aren't we, Mr. Garver?
What is this? What are you doing?
Something you've always wanted to do, right? You just wouldn't do it on your own turf. With your wife and daughters somewhere around the corner.
Lita, please stop.
But you want to know what it's like, don't you? That's why you picked me up.
I didn't pick...
Now you tell me you're just not like all the rest. You tell your daughters to do one thing and you do another. You know what would be funny? If right now your daughter was with some other old man. And I do mean old Mr. Tom Garver. You should see yourself with that trust me smile. And that raunchy little mind of yours. You're a hypocrite. Yes, you're a hypocrite. A hypocrite. Can you hear me? A hypocrite! A hypocrite!
Lita?
did it?
Oh, my head. Ah.
What was it this time?
I'm bleeding.
What was his name?
Huh? Oh, I don't know. Garver or something. Hey, Brett, would you get me a towel or something?
Garver. What was his first name?
I'm bleeding!
What was it?
Tom. Tom! Now, would you get me something for my head?
Tom Garver.
Please.
No. You got another tea besides Colong or Jet? No, Mike, come on. I just checked out.
So did someone in Marin County. We got a 904. They need assistance.
What'd you tell her?
I just told her that your wife and kids were getting tired waiting for the wonton.
Mike. Hey, Mike.
Lieutenant Stone?
Mr. Wade?
Right.
Inspector Keller.
Right.
What do we got?
Coroner's inside now. Witness says he thinks the suspect headed for Golden Gate, and that's your jurisdiction.
Who's the witness?
Name's Wilson, Brett Wilson. Lives here.
Is he the guy that found the body?
Yeah, pretty shook up by it, too. Living together quite a while. Anyway, could be a waltz. He says he saw the killer.
Well, maybe we better see him.
Doctor, Lieutenant Stone, Inspector Keller. San Francisco homicide.
How do you do? 2 blows. One at the back of the head, another by the right temple. I'll need an autopsy to establish precise cause of death.
This how the body was found?
Nothing's been moved.
Somebody had a little party. This the weapon?
Looks like.
Mr. Wilson, the sergeant said you were the one that found her?
That's right.
L-I-T-A?
Yeah, Lita Brewer.
How long did you know her?
A year, maybe. I met her in the city. Like she needed a roof, you know. She was a nice chick. We grew together for a while. But, wow, man, like, I don't know. Like maybe I'm responsible.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
There's a lot of chicks in the city. I just didn't have all that much time to give to her. You know how it is. And I guess she needed somebody to just groove with her and nobody else. Maybe she went out and met some kind of a weirdo because I wasn't around.
You said you met her in the city. Is she from the Bay Area?
Idaho. Somewhere around, what is it, Pocatello?
This yours?
No, I never saw it before. Maybe it was his, huh?
You know, the guy who, oh, man.
You said you saw him run to the car. What kind of car do you have?
A convertible. New. Dark blue, maybe black.
Did you happen to see his license number?
No. But I got a good look at his face. Like he had a hard time getting his car started, you know? And, I got his name.
What's that?
I'm sorry, I forgot. It's all been such a nightmare. But, Lita told me right before she died.
Never mind all that. What's the name?
Garver. Tom Garver.
Telephone call for Mr. Russell Rankin. Mr. Russell Rankin, telephone.
Hey, Russ.
Yeah.
That's for you. Telephone.
Hello? Yes, my name is Rankin. I understand you have a call from me.
Ross? Hi.
Hello, Emily?
I've been trying to reach you for about 2 hours.
I know, honey. I've been busy.
Listen, this is really a silly thing to bother you with, but, the washing machine's leaking again. The man said that the boot is going to cost $32 to fix it. Now, is that all right?
What?
Well, the washing machine, I know it's a lot, but...
Sweetheart, that's fine. Don't worry about it.
Well, listen, I knew it was a dumb reason to call, but...
No, I didn't dumb at all. I'm glad you called. Just thinking about you.
You were?
Hmm?
You know, it's funny, the jets make it just 45 minutes from home, but it seems so far.
Emily? I love you.
I think I better send you away from home more often.
Look, honey, I've got to run along. The noon conference.
Take care of yourself, okay?
Yes, I will. You too, huh?
Bye-bye.
Bye.
As soon as they're all here, we'll start with McElwain's pep talk.
All right, Bud, very good. Hello, I'm John Collins, Secretary of the Convention. I don't think that I've met you gentlemen.
We're looking for a Garver, a Tom Garver.
Oh, yes, certainly. That's Tom over there. Not hard to find him in this crowd with those clothes. Excuse me, are you with the convention?
No, we're with the city.
Oh, isn't that nice? Bud, very good, Bud.
Mr. Garver,
Yeah? What can I do for you?
could I talk to you for a minute?
Oh, later, huh? No, I have never been to any houseboat in Sausalito. No, I have never known any girl named Lita.
Mr. Garver, we're as anxious as you are to get this cleared up.
You know, a witness told us that the victim identified you by name before she died.
What am I, the only Tom Garver in the world?
The only one registered at the townhouse.
So?
You said you were at the hotel all morning. Can you prove that?
Look, I don't see why I should have to be proving anything. I thought...
Who were you with?
I'd rather not say.
Any special reason why?
Yeah, it's nobody's business why. That's why.
Number one, you have the right to remain silent. Number two, anything you say...
Wait a minute. I was with our vice president in charge of sales, Mr. McElwain. I was making a move on another guy's territory. What, you guys have been around? You know how it is.
It's going to have to be verified.
What, isn't there some other way?
gentleman with the lieutenant. You sure?
Garver's older. At least 40.
This is your lucky day, Mr. Garver. I don't usually buy drinks for anyone.
What now, Lieutenant?
Just keep looking. How tall did you say he was?
Well, like I said, I couldn't tell. He was in the car when I saw him.
About 40.
Over, maybe. Like most of these guys.
Can you describe his face?
How do you describe a man's face?
Well, you're an artist, aren't you?
Like I throw clay, man. Don't worry, if he's here, I'll know.
And was found not guilty by Superior Court Judge Harold Lawrenson. Earlier today in Marin County, the body of young Lita Brewer was discovered aboard a houseboat in the Artist Colony Marina, known as the Floating City, near Sausalito. San Francisco homicide detectives are cooperating with Marin County authorities, who gave this report to newsman Cliff.
That's what we came up here to get away from, old buddy.
Terrible things going on in the world today. It's full of a lot of sick people, you know that?
Yeah. What do you think keeps us in business?
Well, I carry a revolver.
You're kidding.
Everywhere I go. It's in my suitcase right now.
Boom Boom Collins. You mean to say you can still buy those things?
Oh, sure you can, but you have to register them. Takes 3 days, they fingerprint you and everything.
Hey, Russ, you can't leave now. You're the host.
I just remembered I've got to check in a car. You guys go ahead.
I believe the actual count is 267 people in the convention. They're all from out of town, of course. Could we have a list of all the names, please? Certainly, Lieutenant. It'll take a moment. We'll wait.
Excuse me, fellas, but I get a phone by the men's room, okay?
We'll be right here.
Great.
I picked this car up at the airport, but the starter's bad.
I hope you weren't inconvenienced. If you'll fill out a new form, please, I'll see what we have.
Hi there.
Mr. Rankin. Russell L. Rankin.
I don't suppose you'd tell me why you need this list, Lieutenant? No, confidential.
267 possibilities. Any one of them could have used Garver's name.
Or any one of the employees here. Or anyone sitting in the bar listening to a name.
Hey, man, like I just remembered, I've got something on for tonight with a chick. It's getting kind of late.
Mike?
Don't get lost. Okay.
Good. Well, I mean, you know, like if it's anything important, like I said, I do want to help.
No, we understand. Thank you.
Good.
He doesn't seem to be too broken up over his girl's death, does he?
Well, that was just one of his girls, remember? I mean, he didn't have that much time for her. Well, like, you know how it is, man.
No, tell me sometime. No, well, right now we've got 267 names to run through R&I. And a lot more to learn about Lita Brewer and Brett Wilson. Come on.
Yes?
Mr. Rankin?
Who is it?
Telegram.
Well, just stick it under the door, please.
I am sorry, sir. I need your signature. Why'd you do it, Rankin? Was it because she laughed at you when you tried to kiss her? Huh? Or maybe when you made your move on her? And she let you make that move, didn't she?
It was an accident. I didn't mean for the...
Get up. Get up and be a man. You can't do it, can you?
Please listen. You must understand.
First time you saw her, I bet you thought, maybe this time I can make it. Huh? What happened? What happened? I see. Yeah, I know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You must believe that.
Believe it? I believe it, man. Yeah, I believe it.
What are you going to do?
Nothing, man. I'm not going to do anything. You are.
What do you want?
Not much. Say, $1,000?
$1,000? I haven't got it.
You'll get it for me, won't you? And you bring it by the houseboat. Tomorrow.
But how can I raise that kind of money? I can't let anyone know.
That's the big problem with secrets, Mr. Rankin. Somebody always knows.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Add away, chickie, baby. Add away. There we go. And you just keep them coming here. All right, now listen, after a little dinner, maybe you can show me what this town's all about, huh?
Tom?
Russ. Like you to meet an old friend of the family. Sit down, sit down. Maybe she's got a sister.
Tom, I'm a little short. I thought maybe you could help me out.
Me? Well, what about your longtime buddies, Russ Babe?
Oh, I tried them. They can't swing it. Tom, this is very important to me.
Well, I'm sure it must be, Russ, but I'm not very big for favors. You see, my philosophy is...
I know what your philosophy is, Tom. That's why I thought maybe you could handle it. You've had your eye on my territory for a long time.
That's very observant, Russ.
Well, it could be that I'm willing to part with a piece of it.
For what?
$1,000.
$1,000? For what?
Well, let's say 10%.
Sorry.
It's worth 5 times as much. You know that.
Oh, yeah, I know that, Russ. But why should I pay for it? McElwain's going to give it to me someday soon anyway. And you know that.
Excuse me.
Oh, hi, Russ. Come on in. You know, I can't find any X297s. You wouldn't happen to have some, would you?
To tell you the truth, Johnny, I don't carry them. I just take orders.
That's funny. That's a good one. Why is it every time I'm away from home, my throat suffers something awful? Well, anyway, enough of that. What's on your mind?
In a word, I did come by to put the arm on you.
Financial bind? Well, they ought to have a pill for that, too, huh?
They certainly should, because what I need is $1,000.
Wow.
To tell you the truth, I'm just about tapped myself. But listen, with your record last year, maybe the VP in charge of sales would help you out. Stick around. I'll just be 1 minute. Wait for me now.
Oh, listen, don't worry about it, John. It'll keep.
What was that?
I say it'll keep. Don't worry about it, Johnny.
Oh.
Well, the people you meet in hotel corridors. I'll say hello, Emily.
Hello, Emily.
Then you did know her.
Huh? Did I say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew her. She was a cool chick.
The word I got was that she and her old man Brett were really tight. Guess I heard wrong, huh?
Look, she's dead, okay?
Thought you were a humanitarian, Robert. Aren't we all diminished by another person's death?
Okay. I said I knew Lita. Nobody knew Lita. Cool? Man, she was cold. Like dry ice. You know, touch and get burned. Now, if she was tight with this guy Wilson, it's one of the best kept secrets since the Pentagon Papers.
Maybe she's better off. I know that's a terrible thing to say, but life's not much without, well, without someone who can love you.
I guess it's rough being lonely.
If not being loved means being lonely. Oh, Lita had lots of, I don't know what you call them. Like walking shadows, maybe. Brief candles. Shakespeare, not mine.
What you're saying is that Brett and Lita were not in love.
I suppose there are other things besides sex. I think Brett finds release in the pottery he makes. I hope so.
Do you mean that...
I mean, we all have our problems. And his are just pretty rough when you look the way he does.
Like, don't judge a book?
Something like that.
Thank you. And if I want to get those photographs enlarged, I can call you at this number here. Bye-bye.
I think I got the short end of the stick.
Where are you parked?
Up the block. Let's see.
Forget it.
Oh, come on. It can't be that serious. She's got her own dark room, too, I'll bet.
If I find out, I'll let you know. Give me that. What'd you get from R&I?
Well, all I can say is United Pharmaceutical has 267 men with A1 backgrounds.
What about Pocatello?
2 arrests, no convictions.
Let me guess. Suspicion of possession.
That's not a guess, and you know it. She a hit?
Yeah, a little grass, maybe not much. She's not in any hard stuff. But the big thing that I learned about Lita Brewer is she's not the score we all thought she was. Oh, she turned on a lot of guys, all right. But she turned them off better.
You mean a tease?
Yeah. She'd meet a guy, pick him up,
take him home, get him going, and then turn that poor guy right off. He'd get mad and smack her. And if you think that's weird, there's something else.
Keep rolling, buddy boy. Keep rolling. Brett Wilson.
Now, he said she couldn't get enough of him, right?
You mean Groovy Brett?
Right, Groovy Brett.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out he ain't as equipped as he looks.
You mean there's some doubt about that?
Yeah, according to the grapevine.
You mean that this all this He-Man stuff, that's just a front for something?
He's impotent, Mike.
You're kidding.
I'm serious. I'm telling you, the guy is impotent.
Impotent?
Yeah. This isn't any medical opinion, but it came from where you always told me to find the truth.
In the streets, I know. And according to the coroner's report, she had one blow to the back of the head and one to the right temple.
Yeah.
Did you happen to notice which hand Wilson favors?
No.
Well, maybe we better find out.
You know, there's something else. Somebody still used Garver's name.
Maybe Wilson isn't too anxious for us to find him.
Maybe, or maybe he just doesn't want his problem publicized.
And we better have a little more than maybes.
Well, we got something else. Now, it didn't seem too important before. We had that eyewitness report and that deathbed identification. We got the convertible.
The convertible, yeah. Dark-colored convertible. Say, if it was one of our 267 solid citizens behind the wheel, there's only one of two places.
You're right, the hotel or the airport.
You're driving.
Hmm?
Are you angry with me?
No, of course not.
What is it?
Oh, it's just that I have to go out for a little while, that's all.
No, that's not all. You think I can share your life for over 20 years, not know when something's wrong?
Well, there's nothing, there's nothing really wrong in it.
Is it the sales report? I mean, is it because your last quarter's sales were down? Well, honey, that wasn't your fault. I mean, did you tell them that? I mean, nobody could have worked any... I mean, you did everything that... Well, they're not going to take your territory away, are they?
I don't really know, Emily.
Did Tom Garver go to the vice president again? Did he go to see McElwaite?
Yeah, something like that, I think. I've got to go out now, Emily, but I will be back in an hour.
Well, listen, you tell him that, Mr. McElwaite. You tell him that Garver has been phoning your accounts. No, I'm serious. You're too good a man for that. You let him know what's going on, okay? Because you're a great husband, and you're a terrific father, and you're the world's best salesman. So you go and tell that to Mr. McElwaite. Ross.
That is no concern of yours.
That's no concern of mine. Oh, my God, tell me what's going on.
Honey, listen to me. Honey, it's all right. Come over here a moment. Just for a minute. Come here, please. Now, listen to me. How many times have you and I seen those kids hitchhiking on Sunset Boulevard? Youngsters, Karen's age, huh? Well, I stopped and gave one of them a lift the other day. She lives on the other side of the bridge in a houseboat, and she asked me to drop her off.
We got this information from your airport office. They told us that a Mr. Russell Rankin checked out a car there and then turned it in here yesterday.
Yes, sir. He was having some trouble with it. We gave him another one.
Was the trouble with the starter?
Yes, sir. It was the starter.
Thank you.
Someone saw me. There was a man who knew I was there. And he came here to the room. He wanted money not to tell the police. So that's why I got the pistol, to frighten him. Just to frighten him.
No, listen. we'll go to the police because it wasn't murder. It was an accident.
But you see, Emily, I can't prove that. She's dead.
Ross? Oh.
I'd like to see Mr. Rankin, please.
Oh, come in. I was just trying to call somebody. I didn't know who. There was this man who saw it. And he came to Russell, and he asked him for money.
He came where, ma'am?
Here, at the hotel.
Well, where's your husband now?
I don't know. He said something about a houseboat, but I don't know. And you've got to find him because, I mean, he's not that way. I mean, he's not like that at all.
He's not like what?
He's got a gun.
Stay here.
But please don't hurt him. I mean, what happened before was an accident. I mean, he told me that. He's not a killer.
Go ahead and shoot. Maybe you'd be doing me a favor. Why didn't you go to the police? What would it buy? $1,000. Is that the price you put on love? Love. I'll tell you about her kind of love. She took everything I had, man. Everything that I could possibly give her. And then she brought them up here. To home, the home that I gave her. And she did it again. And again. And again. And she made sure that I knew about it.
Mr. Rankin? I just left your wife, Mr. Rankin. She told us what happened.
That's him. Now, that's the guy that I saw, the one that said he was Garver.
Mr. Rankin. Mr. Rankin, we know it was an accident. Say, You don't handle guns very much, do you? That one you've got there is a borrowed gun, isn't it? What kind is that one, Mr. Rankin? Is it a... Yeah, it looks like a .32 caliber. It's a neat little weapon. But you know, if you want to show it to someone, that's not the way to do it, you see. You have... It could go off.
He tried to kill me.
That's not what I saw. Did you, Steve? Well, we'll hold them both for Wade. It's his jurisdiction.
Man. Now it's him. I saw him do it.
How many times you see him at the hotel? All right, turn around. Put your hands on that table. Spread your feet apart.
Hey! Wilson! Steve! Get around on the dock! Wilson! Don't make us drag the bottom later.
Buddy boy.
USPPD. I wonder what that one means.
I don't think I want to find out. What, we got something here?
Well, I figure if you can say a wife with kids in Chinese, you can say single with Sunday night off in English.
Who gave you Sunday night off?
Come on, Confucius. Come on.
Streets of San Francisco, a Quinn Martin production. Starring Karl Malden. Also starring Michael Douglas. Guest stars Carl Betts, Geraldine Brooks, Patrick Conway, Norman Alden, Harry Rose. Tonight's episode, The Bullet.
You want to count it?
Now what kind of a thing is that? No, of course not. But I do want to talk to you.
Look, I just want to get
got the dandiest notion. Clipped an article out of the school paper, you know, from your college. Jeff, we're going to get you a better job.
Now, look, I read the article. I don't want the position.
Well, you haven't given it as much thought as I have. You know, we got to think about Alice, Jeff. Your future. Alice has been a good wife to you. She's gone without. She's put up with our limited means. But head of the department, it's a wonderful opportunity, and the salary is $2,800 a year more than we're making now.
Not interested.
$2,800. It still only brings your payments to $185 a month, son.
No.
Jeff, you've got to consider it. Now, look, you're eligible for the advancement. You've passed up better positions twice now, son.
No. It means opening up my records. As long as I stay just what I am, nobody cares what I've been.
Jeff. It's odd. I don't have anybody scheduled. Jeff, would you mind stepping over here into the kitchen, please, and waiting just a few minutes? Yep.
Mr. Dayton?
That's right, sir.
Borman.
I never met Dr. Borman, but he's 58 years old. You're not. I made it very clear to Dr. Borman he was to come in person. This is a confidential relationship. You got a tape recorder in that briefcase?
I'll take the file.
All right. Just put the gun away. I'll get it.
A cop, huh? Dayton was a cop.
Yeah, he was on the beat when I was. In 1959, he took a bullet in the gut in the liquor store holdup. Drew light duty after that.
Let me guess, records, right?
Mm-hmm, you guessed right, records. 4 years ago, Internal Affairs got wind of something, and he resigned under pressure. Steve, take a look at this. Newspaper clippings. Right up to date on everybody that he's had a record of. My guess is that he nailed everyone who was beginning to make it.
Blackmail.
Mm-hmm, blackmail. I wonder what it is that makes a guy go wrong.
You know somebody tore off today's date already?
Say, maybe the lab can make something from the impressions.
Mike, how about it? Can we roll with the body now?
Yeah, thanks, Doc.
Fellas are finished with the pictures and the measurements.
That bullet's been pried out. Check the others, will you, buddy boy?
Think this one's still in here. Yeah. Charlie, you gonna be able to pull this one out?
Yeah, we'll get it. Lieutenant? Yeah. You might want to have a look at the kitchen floor before we scrape it. We've got some blood evidence in there.
But Dayton died over here. What's blood doing in the kitchen? This the only place?
No, there's some more by the rear door. He must have gone out that way.
Wait a minute. Where's the slug that came through this door?
You got me. We have a clean hole, obvious entry and exit, and the bullet got lost.
What do you mean, got lost? Bullets don't get lost.
Maybe it spent and fell.
But now we've checked the entire floor.
Then there must have been a third person. Someone was here, got hit, and got out with our bullet.
We got ourselves a witness.
Better than that, we've got a witness with a bullet in.
Could have been somebody who worked for him.
Could be. Or somebody who's got an appointment on this calendar.
I'm home.
Oliver Lake was here. The young boy that you were supposed to tutor at 1:15.
So I blew $10.
Well, that's a great attitude. That's really great. I'm going to the market. Did you cash a check yesterday?
What?
I said, did you cash it? I'll be at the store. Jeff, would you come out, please?
I'll see you when you get back.
I think we better talk.
Not now.
Now. It's just too much money, Jeff. No, for too long a time.
Alice. Later. Okay. Later.
Jeff, if it's someone else, then tell me. Oh, you have to. What happened?
I'm not sure what happened. There's a bullet in my shoulder.
I'll get Phil.
No! Doctors had to report gunshot wounds, Alice.
But you need medical attention. You can't live with a bullet in your shoulder.
Well, I'll just have to try.
Phillips, what does that say, Phillips?
Phillips, Williams, Borman.
Phillips, Williams, and Borman, huh? Good. How about the blood?
The blood scrapings from the kitchen floor are type AB.
Well, is that common or uncommon? What?
Rare. 4% of the population.
4%.
Charlie, what about the bullet they dug out of the wall in the study?
Yeah, what about that?
38, police positive. We ran it against Dayton's gun and got a match. 1 cartridge fired.
Dayton shot once, the killer shot twice. The witness's blood is AB. Good. Let's run this type against the 3 names.
Looks like a cop finally found a way to zap the policeman's pension fund.
That's not funny, Johnson. You know what the papers and TV would do with that, don't you?
I'm sorry, Mike.
It's just not funny. Now, we got 3 names, 1 blood type against 3 possibles. That's Phillips. We'll let Healy and Lessing take him. Then there's Borman and, who's that?
Williams.
Williams. Borman and Williams. We'll take those 2.
You think we're really on solid ground with this Dayton blackmail thing?
Gotta be. His books have him dragging down over $40,000 last year.
$40,000?
$40,000 in dribs and drabs, $100 a month here, $200 there, and the topper is there's no record of him paying any income tax. Hey, Dan, got the coroner's report?
Being typed. I'll pick it up in 10 minutes.
Let me have what you've got on Phillips and Williams.
I'm just looking through this stuff at Dayton's. Looks like a cop finally found a way to make a decent living.
Dan, it's 5 minutes to the coroner's office and 5 minutes back. That's 10 minutes.
Okay, Mike.
And on the way, check at the desk and find out if any doctors called in on gunshot wounds.
Right.
Phillips, Albert A. Conviction of child molestation, 63. The year Chino. Probation concluded in 66.
Put Lessing on it.
Right. Williams, Jeffrey David. Murder 2. Conviction 1943.
I was just 18 then. Didn't have my driver's license yet. I was sitting in the car waiting. I heard the shots from inside the gas station. 3 shots. Jimmy ran out, jumped in the car, and we drove up. Is there any of that bourbon left, Alice? I could use something.
Of course, I'll get it.
Well, we sideswiped another car a few miles away. A police car took off after us. Jimmy lost control. We ran off the road, turned over. Jimmy was killed. I was arrested.
You had nothing to do with the shooting.
Pretty hard to deny it. I needed a fix as badly as Jimmy did.
What?
I was an addict, Alice. Almost 2 years then. Before it was fashionable. Anyway, the gun was found in the car and the money from the gas station registered. It was an easy conviction.
How long were you in prison?
4 years. Another 8 on probation.
It's hard to believe all of this.
Well, maybe it shaped me up. Turned me around, anyway. I stayed straight, went after a degree, got my master's. Then Harley Richards put his neck on the line for me. Junkies with felony convictions are not highly regarded by college administrators, but he was determined to have me in his department, and being dean of the college, he kept my records closed. No one there knew about my conviction.
I see. No wonder you were so upset when he died. But then, this man, Dayton, when did he first start calling you?
About 6 years ago, just when it looked like I was going to start making it. There was some conjecture in the college paper about offering me a full professorship.
But you didn't accept. Of course. Of course, that's why you never accepted. Because you were afraid of what the regents might find out. But that had nothing to do with my being too ambitious or your being afraid of facing responsibility. Oh, darling, I've said such awful things to you. I'm so sorry.
No, Alice, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't tell you a long time ago. For all the money that went to Dayton, money that should have been yours. All the nice things I wanted you to have.
It doesn't matter. It's over now, All over. Now we just have to get you to a doctor.
No.
Oh, yes, we
Alice,
will.
I'm not going to throw it all away now. Maybe later, when we can get away. After final exams, we can go somewhere and have the bullet taken out. Later.
You know, Mike, there's no record of payment on this guy Borman. Last name on the ledger, today's date.
Never kicked in any money, eh?
And there's no appointments with him in Dayton's calendar up until now either.
I couldn't find a dirt file on him.
Coroner's report. Hey, Mike, that stuff I said before about Dayton.
Forget it, Dan. Just forget it. But if by any chance you're thinking of moonlighting out of R&I, just remember that Dayton got his last payment in one lump sum.
Well, if the end of that finger is either 22 or 32 caliber, that'd make it about right. Coroner says that Dayton was killed instantly, single gunshot wound, apparently 22 to 32 caliber bullet. Even though the slug wasn't recovered, he figures by the clean exit it was a steel jacket.
How much money do you have on the body?
530 cash, another 100 and a half in plain envelope.
Time of death?
Between 11:30 and 1:30. Got a suspect?
Yeah. Dr. Marvin Borman.
Spell it out.
Manslaughter, drunk driving, 59, did 11 months in probation. But listen to this. 63, conspiracy to commit assault and battery. Borman hired a Jerry Casey to commit assault on Gordon Dawson, a man who threatened to bring malpractice charges.
Number one. He's our number one. A guy with a record. He's due for his first appointment with a blackmailer, but he doesn't go in with cash. He goes in with a gun. Come on, buddy boy. We got our first house call to make.
Room 105, please.
Doctor?
Yes.
You're late.
I had a patient in labor. I'm sorry. It was a difficult delivery.
Mine wasn't. Your file's here, and I want the balance on account. Meet me in 45 minutes at the base of the cross on Twin Peaks.
Just a minute. Yes. Have them wait outside, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Problem, Doctor?
Do you know any reason why the police should be here?
No, do you? 45 minutes, Doctor.
Yes?
Lieutenant Stone, this is Inspector Keller. I believe you knew a James Dayton.
No, I don't think I do.
Well, that's very strange, because you had a 2 o'clock appointment with him today.
Gentlemen, I don't know what this is about, but I'm pretty certain that I can prove that I was at my hospital from 10 o'clock this morning till just a few moments ago. And I never met this man, I'm sure. Never.
Well, how about phone calls? Did he call you to discuss your prison record?
No.
Dr. Borman, may I ask you your blood type?
No, you may not ask me my blood type.
Well, do you object to being examined by a police physician?
Yes, I object very strenuously, just as strenuously as I object to these insinuations. Now, if I'm a suspect, I'm entitled to counsel. Isn't that the truth?
That is the truth, Dr. Borman. And you know, I think that you were probably in your hospital when Dayton was killed. And I tell you what else I think. I think that you hired someone to deal with a blackmailer.
That is not true.
Here, let me throw that away for you.
Wait, no, that's mine. Give me...
I'm sorry. I thought you were through with it by now.
When can I call my attorney?
As soon as we've got you booked. Now, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be held against you in the court of law.
Mike, it's the Capri Motel. Piece of paper said room 105.
you describe him for us?
Yes, I'd say he's about 40, 6'2", graying hair, nice looking.
Smith.
Yes, sir, that's the name on the register.
Phone calls?
No locals. One long distance. Kansas City, I think.
Would you have a record of that call? Possibly the name?
Yes, I certainly do. The number, anyway. Shall I get the book?
It would be very helpful. Thank you, please.
Kansas City newspaper. Magazines. Mike. Look at this.
Compartment?
Two cartridges fired. I think we just scored.
Scored? Nah. We're not even within field goal range.
I guess you're right, circumstantial. But if that bullet matches the gun...
Good as an eyewitness. I just hope he doesn't know about our third man, because if he does, there goes our ball game.
He's gonna be looking for that bullet, too.
Get this wrapped up quick. Call a stakeout unit. If he shows, nail him on the spot.
We found a full set of his books. And also there was $150 in an envelope in Dayton's pocket.
I have nothing to say, Inspector. Except that I didn't kill him.
I believe that. But I think you were there behind that kitchen door.
Your blood type's AB, Mr. Williams, was on your record. It was also on the kitchen floor.
Mr. Williams, we have the gun that we think killed Dayton. And that bullet could tie it all together for us.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant.
You know you can be subpoenaed.
If you have a case. But you need the bullet for that, don't you?
Mr. Williams, I can understand how you feel. And why you'd like to keep it quiet and to yourself. But you do understand, don't you? That you could die with your secret.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean that Mr. Williams...
The man who shot Dayton has the original calendar page. And if we can find your husband, so can he.
Maybe he's fool enough to stay around looking. I think he'd want to be as far away as possible, as quickly as he could get there.
Well, he's a pro. And pros aren't in the habit of leaving loose ends, and you're a loose end.
It's a very good deduction, Lieutenant, but just theory.
Lieutenant, could I just have a minute alone with my husband?
I don't have a minute, Mrs. Williams, and I don't think your husband does either. I don't want the coroner to give me that bullet. I want it from him right now, so come along. We're going to the hospital.
I don't think so, Lieutenant. You don't have that authority. You're a policeman. I shouldn't have to tell you the law.
The law?
I did some checking. And it seems that among our other personal guarantees in this country is the guarantee that our bodies are inviolate. Not even the Supreme Court can force a man to submit to a surgical operation. That's the law, gentlemen. And I'm sure that as officers sworn to uphold it, you won't do anything to make me break it.
Get a hold of the DA?
And Judge Carlson, I got a unanimous verdict.
Williams was right.
The rights of homo corpus, man's body, are inviolate. Mike, we can't touch him.
Homo corpus, huh? Great.
No way to break him.
Not the way I read it. The man we're talking about has coughed up almost $10,000. He had to live with this pressure for almost 6 years.
Yep, that'd make him pretty hard, all right.
Yeah, too hard to break just because he's got a bullet in his arm. I guess that makes our job much easier, doesn't it? All we've got to do is find the killer.
Well, maybe Kansas City will come through.
Yeah, did you get word yet?
Yeah, the number's listed to a guy named Sid Winters. He's a big honcho in the local rackets. They're pulling photos on guys he runs with that fits our description.
Let me brighten your day, Lieutenant. Lab says the gun you brought in could be the murder weapon. Those 2 shells were high-velocity load, and both bullets did wear steel jackets.
Terrific. That means the bullet in Williams' shoulder could do it for us.
Williams, that's the second guy on the list, right?
That's right.
He took the slug?
Yeah, he took it right out of the case.
What?
The rights of homo corpus. You can't cut a man open if he doesn't want to be cut open. So, Mr. Sunshine, what else you got to brighten my day?
How about that? Not much. I did see the other fellow, Phillips. He was there just like the calendar said, 12 o'clock sharp, got hustled right out. Apparently, Dayton liked to keep everybody apart, didn't want anybody to see anybody else. Kind of like a shrink, you know?
Did you check out the Phillips story?
He says he went straight to a business meeting. Lessing's on it now. You got this Borman in the tank, don't you?
We got nothing without the bullet. Borman won't talk, and Williams won't talk either.
Oh, Lieutenant, Kansas City just called. They're sending in a picture. Coming through, Casey.
Well, that looks like the man the motel manager described.
Yeah, we'll get it under her nose for a positive.
How you doing, Kansas City? Good, good. This is Inspector Keller. We have some prints we want to check against this man. What's his name? Coyle, Victor A. That's C-O-Y-L-E? Right. Well, could you send us his full jacket, please, and maybe run another one of these through? Thank you. We're putting out an APB, suspicion of murder.
Phillips? Yes? Would you come with me, please? What for? Just a few questions. Police? That's right. Any place that's private, we... Oh, this is fine.
Hey, what's going on? I told you, fellas, I didn't see anybody.
Move it.
I haven't seen any ID.
Who are you? Inside.
Seems we're late again. I apologize for keeping you past the hour, but I think the extra review will reflect itself favorably in your blue books next week. This will only take a minute. I'd hoped I'd made myself clear, Lieutenant. I guess I don't use the language as effectively as I thought.
It's my turn to be clear, Mr. Williams. The man that you won't help us find just killed somebody else.
First name on the list, Albert Phillips.
He stripped him to the waist after he shot him. Does that tell you anything?
He wants that bullet, Mr. Williams. He knows it can convict him.
No.
No, what do you mean, no? Phillips is dead and you're next on that list.
I can't make a public testimony.
Well, you don't make sense. You know that, Mr. Williams? You don't make any sense at all. Now, if the lead in that bullet doesn't tell you, the next one will, because it's going to be right on target.
If I give it to you, what kind of a target will I be, Lieutenant? Now, it's a standoff, gentlemen. You can't use coercion by the school authorities, and you can't give it to the press. That'd be harassment. So, wait here a moment.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Let's see, was really only one other thing I wanted to touch on, I guess. You remember our discussion of Ezra Pound?
He's a poet.
I know. You're also impressed with his erudition, his easy use of recondite images.
Something like a Tokyo Rose, right? See, I told you, I know.
You marveled at this contemporary man's command of the classics, the prodigious amount of work, the undeniable genius. And you all agreed that he was more than deserving of his rank as one of the greatest American poets of the 20th century.
Did you ever read any of his poetry? Who has time to read any of his poetry? I barely have time to read booking slips.
And yet this man was denied that reputation in his own country. Why? Mr. Miller?
Some people thought he was a traitor.
Some people?
Most people, I guess.
No guess, Mr. Miller. Truth. And why?
The propaganda broadcast he did for the enemy during World War II.
Right. An action which people could not forgive. And what does this tell us about people? Mr. Guerra?
Don't know.
Well, let me bring it a little closer to home. Some of you have found enough in this class to enroll with me for the American novel. But what if you discovered that I had a criminal record?
It's criminal when you hand out those low grades, man.
Well, think about it. Suppose that at one time I had been a junkie.
Pretty heavy fiction.
Let me lay it on a little heavier. What if I'd been involved in a killing and actually been found guilty of murder? Would it still be the same between us? Or would you find yourself saying, this man who pleads for ethical conduct, for scrupulous morality, who demands that I plumb the depths of my ability to reason, this same man has been found guilty by society of having acted without reason? Would you say to yourself, why should I listen to him? Mr. Miller?
I'd have to think about that. Yeah.
And what about the Regents? Would they think about it?
Forget it, baby. School's out.
I guess the point can't be made any more succinctly than that. What a man is or does in private becomes a part of his public image. Good or bad, it's on the record. And whether that's good or bad, I leave you to think about. Well, that's it. Except that it's been a pleasure having you all this semester. Good luck on the final. Maybe we could get out of here, all right? Understand a little better now?
Oh, yeah, that routine about a man's private life and his public image being one. I knew that all the time. But, the way those kids reacted, especially at the end, that tells me a lot I didn't know.
That's tradition.
No, sir, no way. That's respect. Hard earned. Yeah. Listen, I remember more than one very long silence at the end of the semester.
I guess we did get along rather well.
Hi, Mr. Williams.
Hello, John.
That means more to you than staying alive, doesn't it?
Yes, that is my life, Lieutenant. Digging, probing, watching them take hold of an idea, taking it further than I knew it could go, loving it.
And loving you for helping.
If you read my file, you know I went a long way without any help. A long way in the wrong direction. What I can give now makes up for that.
Let's get you to a hospital.
No, I'm going to be all right. If you'll excuse me, there's some papers I have to get out of my office.
Mr. Williams, there's one thing you said in your class. You being someone who demands ethics and morals from other people. Now, how are you able to equate that with allowing a killer to run loose?
From what you've told me, Inspector, the killer is interested in only one person now. Now, if that's true, and I'm the only one who stands to be hurt by it, that's a risk I'm willing to take.
Okay, if he won't keep up his guard, we're going to have to do it for him. Let's get on the box. Tell him we're staying with him, and we'll get a stakeout unit for the house.
Mrs. Williams. Get in. I have your husband, Mrs. Williams. You want to see him again, alive. Get in.
Alice? Alice? Hello?
Jeff,
Alice, I didn't know you'd gone out.
I went to the store, Jeff, and...
Mr. Williams, I have your wife.
Get an ambulance.
The man called. The man who shot Dayton. He's got my wife.
What did he tell you to do, Mr. Williams?
Downtown. Corner of Jones and Geary. I stand on the corner. 7 o'clock. He's got Alice.
Tell me this. Did you see a man at Dayton's? Can you describe him? 6'2", 40, graying hair?
He said he'd kill her.
Don't worry, we'll take care of it for you.
Please, be very careful.
We will, Mr. Williams, we will. But do you give the doctor permission to take the bullet out?
Stay to the right and slow. Is that him?
I can't tell.
If it is your husband, stop. If it isn't, just keep going. Is it him?
Yes, that's Jeff.
Get in.
You all right, Alice?
Fine. How's the shoulder?
It hurts.
Turn right and Geary and go straight, Mrs. Williams. Mr. Williams, sit forward. Go. Go!
Subject vehicle proceeding west on Geary. Do not intercept. Do not apprehend. Alert Inspectors 6368, Helicopter 1.
Subject vehicle proceeding west on Geary.
to Point Lobos, Miss Williams. Pick it up.
Smoking pretty good now.
Heading out Lobos.
Yeah. Put it on the box.
Subject vehicle proceeding west on Point Lobos Avenue.
When you come to the next turn off, take it. Cut the lights.
Where are we going?
Down the next side road, Mr. Williams.
Get back on that thing, find out what the chopper's got.
This is 8-1. We've lost contact.
Subject vehicle just doused its lights and turned right on next side road west.
I can't see.
You don't have to. We're almost there.
Look, what you wanted was a bullet. That's why I'm here. Now, there's no need to involve my wife.
You're not a well man, Mr. Williams. Don't talk. Pull up here. Just to the right. Out. This side. Both of you. Right on out to the dock.
They're in the open. Let it go.
This is 8-1. Have the helicopter hit it!
I guess we're out of the woods, Mrs. Williams. Say, yeah, I think your husband's just getting out of surgery about now.
Mrs. Williams, we have a radio in the car if you want to find out his condition. Right back.
Okay, what's the big mystery?
Mike, how long have you been a detective?
Oh, very funny. Well, now, buddy boy, you've been with me long enough to know that I work one of two ways, right?
Right.
Booze or muscle. Take your choice.
All right, all right. We're going over to Williams' house for dinner Saturday night, right?
Right.
After dinner, we'll be sipping our brandy, congratulating him on how the Regents decided to keep him on, right?
That's right. We'll be celebrating a man's whole new life.
Exactly.
But since when do you buy brandy in a bookstore?
No. I'm thinking about after the brandy.
After the brandy?
Yeah.
I don't pick up that clue.
I bought you a little present.
What is it?
Open it.
Poems, poetry.
It's Ezra Pound. Remember Williams talking about him at the school?
Yeah, I remember he talked to his class about him.
That's right. That's for you.
What? Oh, now, wait a minute. I can't read this.
Why not?
Listen, raineth drop and staineth slop. Oh, come on now.
Wait a minute. What?
Yeah, raineth drop and staineth slop. Skiddeth bus and sloppeth us. Now, come on. Isn't poetry supposed to be clear and to the point?
That's right.
Well, I've got something to the point and clear for you, young fella.
What is it?
Sit quietly. You have a right to remain silent. Is that clear?
That's clear.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in the point of law. Is that to the point?
That's to the point.
All right, then get going.